Hi, everybody. This class is Lessons for Full Spectrum Humans. This would be roughly lesson 16, even though I'm really reevaluating everything in my curriculum to be able to customize it for what we are doing right now in terms of where you are in the journey of consciousness, where you are in the diagram of reality. And I'm going to talk a lot on the anthropomorphic level. So that's, on the human level and definitely on the level of where you have the pineal gland and other aspects of your consciousness. Hold on a moment. My computer is lagging, so let me close down some programs. Hold on one moment. Going to speak on the anthropomorphic level, the level of the indigo chakra and a lot of reassessments there. But first, I'm going to go with some abstract considerations. And I didn't take the time to draw a whole drawing for this. But in my work, as I've taught it to you, I've described that you're moving from the general to the specific. And then when you actually get to that center point, that then you emerge into a new reality where you again begin at the general and circulate to the specific. But I think that we have to do a foundational reassessment of that because the reasoning behind why you have to start from the general and then go to the specific is because due to the emotional residues, the echoes, the putis, the stuff that destabilizes the chakras and puts things into non-optimal alignment. And then you have to move through this refinery and optimize your vector of your consciousness. Maybe we should reconsider about whether when we go through this aperture, when we emerge into the next octave or layer of reality, do we want to emerge at an angle in the stage of wrongness and then have to work our way into alignment? Or would we prefer to emerge in a state of total alignment and have kind of a seamless threshold where you have continuity of consciousness, you remember where you came from, you bring with you the origins of your journey, and you also move forward on your continued optimum timeline. That is what we want. So in my drawings in the past, I'm still going to honor my original work and my original visions because it was very accurate. It's almost like if you can consider a bundle of timelines, like a fiber optic cable, and like you really want to just be on that central wire or carrier of signal that goes through there. And then even like, let's say you're here in this layer of reality, you go through the aperture and then you're in a new layer of reality. There are fewer insulative layers or bundles around that central core, but you're still on the central core. You don't have to start in wrongness and then move to the center again, start in wrongness, move to the center again. So that's a big recalibration of your expectation on the abstract level, because what we're doing in this moment of human history, of planetary consciousness, and of your individual journey is going through that aperture. And then what is on the other side? Like when I talk about this journey, you go through like at the red level and you emerge, but you don't emerge into nothingness. You emerge in the orange layer. And then you go all the way through into the violet layer. And then you're like, is that the end of the song after the violet layer? The answer is no. Then you emerge into the next octave where again, you begin at red and you move forward. But please don't look at this as a boring, repetitive cycle, a karmic burden, levels of predetermination that amount to slavery or imprisonment, or aspects of non-optimized experience. Like whenever I have taught you about this, I'm teaching you about an optimized experience that you actually want to keep going, like these divine harmonics and perfect math. You want to do them or inhabit or embody them because they are life affirmative and life is good and it also feels fulfilling. Like the world that you're coming out of is a world where life is defined by suffering and inadequacies. And I can comprehend why many people would wish to simply end their life or end their existence, like end their journey of consciousness. And so it's a big information for me to be able to tell you, like, no, your life is not supposed to be foundationally about suffering or defined by inadequacies. And when you emerge into this next layer, you should not have the expectation that you're going to have to like start from the beginning again, not know what the F is going on, have all sorts of misadventures, and then somehow slowly work your way back into a level of focus. And I bring to you some of these considerations that I know and that I have imprinted upon as truth from the layer of reality that I know as Atlantis, which you can just consider like the non-effed up layer of reality. And in that layer of reality, we did not constantly emerge into like a chaotic periphery and then perilously have to work our way into the center. That was not a part of our original foundation. And also, so right now we're doing abstract energetic reconsideration, and then we'll move to anthro stuff. The concept of having an avatar of the age. I have also taught that in this class, and I think that it's apt for the world of mortality, but not apt for the level of pristine experience that I'm familiar with. So let's return to pristine experience because this relates to your present journey. Everything I'm going to talk about today is customized and tailored for what you're going through right now. So much of it has to do with an ideological struggle for your own personal individual freedom against the imprisonment or obstacle, limitation, cognitive blockade that is known as Christianity. And so when I tell you about our time in Atlantis, we did not have avatars of the age. We weren't like, oh, now we're going through the red chakra age. Who's going to be in charge? Now we're going through the yellow chakra age. Who's in charge? Now we're going through the blue chakra age. Who's in charge? That would be incomprehensible. All of us at that time had all of our chakras fully in alignment and fully activated. So there would not ever have been a time when someone was like, who is the person who embodies the Christ? Or like, who is the one person in the world who can see with inner vision or activate imagination or direct reality creation and manifestation? It would be like saying in a symphony in Juilliard or something like that, who is the one guy who can actually read the musical score? Or who is the one person who actually knows what they are doing musically? Like that, you can't have a cohesive symphony if there's only one expert. And also the concept of having one person who would be like the exemplar of the age. Because okay, I'm sorry, so fragmented. We didn't have that type of ego focused, I want to say narcissism, but it's not the right word, but like each one of us was in the spotlight. In that level of reality, we are healed. We are healthy people. We are all unique, amazing performers in reality. And each one of us is the center of a very, very beautiful masterpiece and an ongoing collaborative masterpiece with all the other people around us. So there was not, I would better say, instead of narcissistic spotlight fantasy, not a sense of ego-based competition amongst people, amongst their lives of like, whose life is more important? This is going to relate to my stuff that I'm going to talk with you about today. That's basically, I'm calling the historical Jesus a giant spiritual fraud. And that concept that he as a person self-elevated and decided that he was going to be the person who is the dreamer of the dream of this layer of reality. We have to reconsider all of that because I am fighting for freedom and I'm fighting for your freedom. And I propose, even though I know it might be incredibly difficult or challenging to hear, but you guys are all ready. So prepare for rant incoming, a continual 5-hour-long rant incoming here. The concept of Jesus as an incredibly flawed human being who was an actual historical person, and the past 2,000 years as being an outgrowth of his mind and different characteristics that do reside within him with no apologetics. as I feel like I have been an apologist for him. Oh, sorry about this. Hold on a moment. Let me let Cheeky go outside. She was over here. It's 1,000 degrees. We already went outside for like 5 minutes. Sorry, I will open. I know she wants to actually go. I have the door open for like 5 seconds because it's 1,000 degrees outside and she should not even be out there. Do you want to go outside? Here, hold on a second. I have been an apologist for the person who was here 2,000 years ago and have often spoken about him glowingly from genuine assessment or interaction. So, not just from reading stories about his life or reading the considerations of scholars or something like that, but from actually putting my tendril of attention on this person. And this is like as I've been here as a Laura over the past 25 years. So I am now coming forward and from this vantage point, we're going through this aperture and I'm seeing what is right and what is wrong and reassessing everything. I need to reassess all of the presumptions that I had made about that person because I had presumed that there were things that were wrong in the world that were not emanations of his personality, but that were grandfathered in somehow from the culture that he came out of and that weren't adequately cleaned up in this past 2,000 years of his dream of like swimming around within his various soul characteristics as they interact. But if I take away all of those apologies, like what I'm proposing is, sorry, let me just drink a little bit of water here. A removal of all glamours and all love spells. And I'm going to say some things from my notes that I think might be challenging to hear, but I think that you're completely ready for them and that this is necessary so that you are not fooled by a fraud. I'm here to give you this information so that way you can make effective choices about your life in freedom and you are not fooled by a spiritual fraud. I think this guy was a spiritual fraud from 2,000 years ago, and that I've been saying that it was just his evil alter ego or the scapegoats that we have talked about in this group extensively. Satanists, reptilians, or some other form of, evil otherworldly people, or the garbage from Mars, like any of these things as being scapegoat distractions from, you can consider it aspects of his own self. I didn't say that very well, so please allow me to continue to try to focus with words what I'm sending forward here. Like, I recognize I'm stumbling over a lot of things, but the first thing that I want to bring to you is the concept of spiritual fraud. Because I thought for a long time that when I encountered something in this realm that I've been in for like the past 25 years, that was not ideal, that it was not an emanation from that person's mind. Like you could say, I will just try to say this. Okay, so that person lived on earth and was an outgrowth of the Talmudic Judaism of its time, where people sacrificed animals at a temple in order to petition their concept of God and then get materialistic stuff in return. And I, like many people, have viewed the figure of Jesus as a person who was here and who was like a reformer and a heroic person against that power structure, and then who was, heroically and innocently, undeservedly tortured to death. And so I used to look at the imagery in the Christian church of the torturous moment of his death. Like I would cringe. I'd be like, that's terrible. Like, that's my pal. That's a good guy. That seems like a good person who I don't want to constantly echo or reverberate the remembrance of his torture. So I was always like very cringeful on that. But if you look at this differently, then you feel differently about him being tortured. Like I will speak through my whole thing in a sense of like what ifs, but the proposal, and I have to read through all of this, but like I won't make you wait. The proposal, what if he was an actual person who is incredibly flawed, a power abuser, or a person who was seeking power, and who learned different meditation techniques or different ways of utilizing your psychic powers, energy system, chakra system, in the same way that I've taught you about like the fraud, the spiritual fraud that's going on in some of these societies of meditators in Asia. You know, there are a lot of stories about like, did the historical Jesus go on the Silk Road and did he go to Asia? Did he learn stuff from there? I think that he did. So I'm trying to say, in the past, I have touched on his presence with my tendril of attention, and I always got a love feeling, like a genuine feeling of love in my heart. And it would give me like a little bit of a lump in my throat and maybe even make me like cry a little bit of a happy tear. That's always been my litmus test of like, if something tastes real, like, would I even want to be in a telepathic relationship with something or someone? I have to feel that first to know that they're authentic and real. So my teachings of the past up until this point were predicated on that as my taste test. This guy tastes real. But now I'm considering this. What if it was a love spell? Just go with me here. And I'm going to read through all of my notes, and I have so much prepared here. But let's just do a what if theoretical rough sketch. What if it wasn't real love? What if it was a love spell? Or like a type of aroma, a wove, you know, like aroma, incense you could put on yourself that would make people adore you. Because when I tune in on this historical person presence that is ostensibly creating this pocket world with his mind that we occupy, or an afterlife that we're going to occupy, we're going to negotiate this whole entire thing because we don't want to be in that pocket world. So we are reassessing and renegotiating this whole thing. It's not a true place of freedom. It is a place of imprisonment. And basically, you've been groomed to go into that place willingly, but you don't have to go in there willingly. And also, you should expect a fight. So I have a lot of things to say, like, you know, I'm dropping all these incendiary devices on you where you're like, wait a minute, expect to fight. The carnival, the flawed carnival. We are now reaching the moment where it's like we're supposed to receive our giant teddy bear and be able to graduate into the next octave or layer of reality. And the peril is that this basically dark magician from 2,000 years ago has set up a recycling center and doesn't want to let you go. So right now you are renegotiating or efforting for your freedom. And I am also here doing the same thing. But I want you to know, I didn't just come here into this imprisonment or potential imprisonment to just get myself free, or even to bring like a handful of people and be like, you guys can also get yourselves free, but to destroy the prison. Like, I don't want any of this stuff to exist anymore so that other innocent souls can come along and circulate through here and have a problem. So please know that in confronting this flawed personality that is proposing your imprisonment, you can expect challenges, blowback, or negotiations, ownership. I'm looking for the right words here. Like he or it might not want to let you go nicely, as you're like, oh, my mistake. Like, I thought you were loving Christ, but now you're something else. I think I'd like to go on my conscience journey now. And he might be a completely corrupt thing that might say, even though this is supposed to be a consensual partnership, and even though you're supposed to be like, I choose you, Jesus, like, I want to be with you on your magical spaceship or whatever. He might be like, too bad, kid. You don't get to say no, and I'm going to do you anyway. Like, there might be something like that. So again, apologies for all of my loose language, and I'm being very informal right now, but I would like to be much more formal in how I say these things. But thank you for allowing me to just be my true self and not be very studied about this. Okay, but some of my considerations on the energetic stuff to begin with. Would Jesus be considered a putti or a pesky occupier of the interstice? We have considered the puttis to be originating from the time disturbance on Mars. Whatever the bad, naughty technology users over there did to blow themselves and their planet up, these are the original puttis. The pesky occupiers of the interstices are basically consciousness residues who are dead, but who are on the membrane of death over here, and who haven't been eradicated by the solar presence or by the presence of truth. light flowing through there that should incinerate them, be like, oh, I don't actually exist. I should get the F out of reality immediately. Can we consider the historical Jesus, a man who lived and then died, to be a putti, an obstacle on the membrane of death that refuses to melt away? I think we should start to consider him in that way. And that it's an obstacle that you literally, it's like up above your head. Like if you want to go through, I think that that obstacle is right there. And that the obstacle also contains various narratives, stories, and ideologies. And some of those have to do with who he is and his perfection of self. So I've been watching a lot of rationalist reassessments of Christianity and the teachings of Christianity, and I want to bring some of that to you today. But I also want to talk about reassessing the concept of Christianity. Did the historical Jesus actually have a supernatural death, or did he have an ordinary death? So these are some considerations. I'm proposing now that he didn't have a supernatural death, that he had an ordinary death, and that many, many stories rose up after his ordinary death to say that he died, but he didn't really die, and that he ascended, and that all these other things happened, and that that is part of this cap or concrete stopper that is at the top of this carnival ride that it's difficult to get through. So I think I spoke about it last week or the week before, the consideration of the societies of meditators that are in Asia that have meditated so much and been through the carnival ride so much that they now know that it's fraud. And they know that there is no exit for them because they are essentially the garbage from Mars, the debris that will never be refined out of the system because it essentially arose from within the system. And then just seeing how much they can play the system or game the system. I think that the historical Jesus had contact with that group or similar levels of ideology and decided to game the system. I think, and this is a huge accusation, so like I'm still forming the words about how to say this, but the idea of a very flawed person, not a perfect person, because the religion is saying that he came as a perfect person with no sin, with no original sin, with no sin, with no original sin. And that's why the sacrifice was somehow better because he got killed even though he didn't deserve it. And you guys are all the sinners. And that you should now live inside of his perfect afterlife, death pocket world. And there's so much that's wrong with that. You guys, a lot of you are not sinners. A lot of you, and especially the ones who are in my class, you are the Atlantean remnant, not the garbage from Mars. You should not identify as sinners or having an innately sinful nature, even though that is one of the foundational teachings of the Christian church that grew up after the death of this, like I want to say dark magician, the death of this person who is using supernatural challenge things to manipulate the fabric of space-time. And whether he was motivated from goodness or from self-service, I think that he was actually motivated from self-service. Like, I think that just like I taught you about the monks who supposedly are meditating for the world and blah, 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 and they are emitting a happy penumbra of meditational aroma that pleases the world so much, but it actually turns out that they are completely over the fantasy of existence, that they hate their lives, hate existence, have a complete disdain for life, and just want to do something with their consciousness that's not suffering anymore. They're just seeking an escape from suffering. In exactly the same way that there is a level of fraud in the Christian church. I'm going to delineate it more, but I also want to bring this up because I'm still in the point of like talking about energetic considerations. You know, so in Atlantis, we don't have avatars of the age. Here I've been talking about having avatars of the age. I propose that we are not even in the age of the indigo avatar. I've been telling everybody, and we've all been kind of fooled. We're like, oh yeah, we're in the age of the indigo avatar, and then we're getting into the sing-a-song, everyone, age of Aquarius. But whatever happened to turquoise? Like we've got green, light blue, dark blue, violet. There should be some avatar in there somewhere in between Siddhartha, Buddhism, and green that I was telling you about and the problems at that level, and the level at indigo here. And we don't have a acknowledgement of that level of reality. I think that we have to throw out completely in the bin the concept of who can be an avatar of the age. If this person who is Jesus became an avatar of the indigo age, then I'm just like, that's it. Like and because there are real problems, he is not a good person. And I will go through all the reasons why he is not a good person. If he, as not a good person, could be an avatar of the age, then there are some serious questions about the audition process. Just like you should seriously question the audition process to become a star. If we have a star here at the center of our solar system who is profoundly flawed, pathologically insane, and doing all sorts of things that it should never do, including taking garbage from Mars, cradling it gently, and sticking it directly into the beautiful civilization that we have or had in Atlantis. Like, you shouldn't be a star if you're going to do, I'm just using bad language, bad shit like that. Also, when I talk about the avatar of the age, like this guy did bad shit as an avatar of the age. You should not be an avatar of the age if you are going to do bad shit like that, okay? And so it calls into question, what is even the selection process? Whom should be an avatar? And then let's talk also about the levels of responsibility. Like if you're a dreamer, you are emanating a dream. Technically, the characters that are within your dream are emanations of your own mind, of your own thought form, and represent aspects of your own personality, many of which might be unhealed or obscured to yourself, and you're just learning about it through this process. I would like for you to know, I, as Aurora, come from outside of the system. I actually did not come from inside of the mind of Jesus. So Jesus is dead or dying on the cross. He's having this whole florid experience that we know as the past 2,000 years. Within that dream experience, there was a woman named Debbie who had a whole life. She came from inside of that dream, but I, as Aurora, did not come from inside of that dream. The way that I came from outside of this system or outside of this level of consciousness or ideology and came in here is the portal that you know as flying rainbow lasagna. And then you also can apply that to yourself. You're like, oh, wait, energy can get from outside of the system into the system to vivify the system and to bring order and light into the system. That also means that flying rainbow lasagna, energy can get out of the system, especially like you guys that should not be trapped here. So this all should be very, very good and positive. But let me read a little bit of this. So the concept of Jesus as Putti. Like in the story, this was a person who went to their death. So first of all, these are very real criticisms, and you should be able to critique this figure in leadership. You're like, wait a minute, I thought you were ascended. You are not supposed to die. You are supposed to ascend. So a central tenet of the religion is that he died, but he didn't actually die. It's just like an illusion death and then ascended later. But I'm here to tell you, like, I don't think that that really happened. I think that that was a convenient fiction that has been upheld historically in order to create this power structure within his mind after his actual death. Tap the sign. When you die, you get to the membrane of death and your consciousness. The first thing that happens is you get information that says, hi, if you are reading this, like you have done something very, very wrong. You are not supposed to be here. And then let me characterize the type of information you get. It's like a readout. As your DNA sweater is unfurled and all of these crochet knots are taken out of consideration and you're sent back to your original like primordial form to be formed again, you learn about all the places where you did your knitting wrong. And so that's it. It is like a mathematical assessment that is given to you. I know that I've brought up many different anthropological interpretations of this, everything from the comedic movie Defending Your Life, where you're in some kind of an afterlife judgment city and viewing a clips reel of what you did when you were in life. But this is like a funny movie, not accurate, or even something like the TV show The Good Place, where you have an after existence and you're having some type of continued consideration of who you are as a person, whether you were good, whether you are good. Like there is some level of growth, is what I'm trying to say. Some level of introspection, retrospection, growth. Growth does happen in that moment, but not on an anthropomorphic level. So all of those things are stories that are told and considerations of what it would be like if you had your physical body. But this is like a consciousness journey. So first thing you do is you find out like you did not do something right and you should change what you did. But Jesus did this to himself on purpose. And it's a fractal microcosm and a reverberation of the guys on Mars who did it to themselves on purpose. So please know, like, he knows that he is not supposed to be on the membrane of death, and he put himself there on purpose for these reasons. All right, good. So yeah, I wrote this all out. It's, not perfect, but let me just take this as a starting point. Thank you for your forgiveness in advance. The concept that he is a spiritual fraud, like how in the world could this very flawed and unimpressive personality be the one whose dream we are within? And how can I say this? So it's like, just look for the low-hanging fruit, of the past 2,000 years. I've said to you things like, what about Torquemada? Like, is Torquemada the guy from the Spanish Inquisition, lead torturer, one of the worst evil maniacs of the past 2,000 years? Is he an aspect of this genuine one-faced, two-armed, two-legged person that lived in the world and then died? And I used to say no, no, that stuff was all grandfathered in, or that's someone else's garbage that he was somehow carrying inside of himself. But that's not Jesus. That's something else. But now I'm like, no, I think that was him. I think that we now have to stop making excuses and stop making apologies. And when you see a lot of garbage, stop being like, well, that's not his garbage. He didn't originate that garbage. It came from someplace else. And when I do that, everything clicks into position. That is the correct lens for looking at the past 2,000 years. Not that this is a creation or a dream outside of his control, which is how it's been portrayed to you, which is like, let's act it out like this. I'm good, Jesus. I'm like, I'm good, Jesus. I love you so much. I'm sorry that you're in such a garbage world. It's not my fault that this dream is out of my control. Satan is busy running around doing bad shit. Don't blame me. Blame that guy. Blame that scapegoat. This sounds like a familiar pattern. It does sound like a familiar pattern. Let's also say that whether or not Satan or evil predates the inception of Jesus into the Jesus dream, it would be Jesus's personal responsibility to confront that Satan or that evil or that Antichrist potential and to say, hey, you naughty thing, stop it. And also to stop emanating that garbage into the world. And that's not what we've seen. We have not seen, from the past 2,000 years, the death of Jesus and then humanity steadily improving. No, class, we have not seen that. You're like, no, Laura, look around. Look around. You see de-evolution, less decency, even though I know that there have been moderate upswings where there have been moments of greater levels of civilization and decency and, let's say, commonality, where people have shared interests and they build something. There have been a lot of problems. So the Spanish Inquisition is one of them. And so I propose that these are aspects of the rabbinical or Talmudic original guy who was crucified. That is his psychopathology telescoped outward. And, around that same time of the Spanish Inquisition, the church, so I was always apologizing and saying, that's just the church that grew up in his name, and it's a horrible dishonor to who he was. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not a horrible dishonor to who he is. Maybe it actually represents unhealed aspects of his own nature to power abuse. And that's, I'm going to torture you into heaven, which is what we do not consent to. And it's relating to your relationship with this insane pathogen right now. Another aspect around that same Spanish Inquisition and suppression of the church is the burning of the witches. This was not just something that happened once. This was a many hundreds of years long effort, concerted effort to destroy and remove certain aspects of uncontrolled females and females who were critical of the patriarchy and of the church and of the power structure. So please comprehend that as a telescoped externalization of the historical Jesus, the rabbi who grew up in this culture of Talmudic disregard and total disrespect for women, where women were or are treated as objects, as chattel, as second-class citizens or subhumans who don't have a voice. That if you're in Jesus's dream and Jesus looks at women as this type of subhuman class that shouldn't have a voice, and you think you're going to be some kind of like unmarried herbalist living in the forest with all of your cats, like the Jesus church is going to fucking burn you at the stake. You're not allowed to do that in his mind, in his dream. And who do you think you are? You're going to walk around as a woman without being owned by a man, without any familial constraints, without any familial ownership, and without any ingestion of semen. And you think you're going to just walk around and be free? You're not allowed to do that, kid. That is what that was about. So I am being like very loose in my language of the way that I portray this, but I hope that it's coming out correctly, because I always want to be like scholarly, but it's not coming out in the right way. Past 200 years, okay, since media has really been invented. So I'm talking about, like, of course, after the printing press in the modern world, like of the past, 5 or 10,000 years that you know as human history. You remember the invention of the printing press as a way for being able to proliferate ideas, media, and then also the invention of the photograph and film in the past 200 years. But even before the invention of photography, when you have portraiture and like oil painting, you're starting to get into pornography and the male gaze, all of which comes from Jesus on the cross. That he did not look at women in the right way. He was not well socialized or well culturally indoctrinated to respect the female form. In his world, again, women were chattel. You were supposed to wear a burqa. You were supposed to shave your head as a traditional Jewish woman. You're definitely not supposed to be some kind of a athlete or a gymnast, or again, not have 12 babies and be extremely stretched out of shape. Like, those types of women are not allowed to exist in his world. And he invented the pornography of the past 200 years. You're like, no, Laura, that's his evil twin, Satan, that did that. But what if we take away this concept of evil twin? Like, when we're looking at the solar disk, and I'm going to start to read from my notes, but you're approaching the solar face, and like, as you're approaching the solar face, everyone is thinking, here's the sun, the real sun. It's so loving and so nice, and it's emanating all this beautiful energy and narratives. And then here's the evil mask. The mask is evil. Oh, but the original sun is so good. And then maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Maybe this mask is actually a genuine expression of some aspect of the original personality. And maybe it is genuine in the sense of you can learn a lot about people by their artifice, like whatever they're trying to augment or whatever they're trying to hide. You can learn a lot about who they are as a person by that mask. So if you have the supposedly benevolent solar deity who is creating a mask of some evil Satan or evil demonic level of reality that is creating suffering in the world, or sexual violence, or murder, and also a lot of disease and pathogens and things like that, blame the mask. Don't blame the person who actually created the mask. But you have to say, just like when a person chooses a Halloween costume, it says a lot about them. Like, if you choose to be a fairy princess at Halloween, or if you choose to be an army soldier at Halloween, it says a lot about your personality of like who you would like to be. So if you have a benevolent sun that wears a mask of evil, it says a lot about that supposedly benevolent sun. If you have a supposedly benevolent Rabbi Jesus who then goes into a whole tortured fantasy of 2,000 years and is like, I'm only wearing a mask of all these bad things that I'm saying and doing and creating pornography. You have to consider, what is the meaning of the mask? And does it portray something truthful from the original person? I think that the past 200 years of pornography portrays something truthful about the original Rabbi Jesus in the dishonoring of the female form. That it's like a sub and unconscious, an exploration of sub and unconscious unhealthy desires to see women degraded and to degrade sexuality with women. And so that's, of course, like from the invention of the photograph 200 years ago, and then the invention of film, whatever, 150 years ago, and then the whole concept of buying and selling sexually explicit materials of women. So it's even different than like painting a painting like they did in the 1700s of unclothed women and calling it like it's from mythology. It's the nymphs. The nymphs are frolicking, and the gentlemen of the age were very happy to have, an oil painting of nymphs on their, whatever, living room wall, and that was socially acceptable in some way. That is an outgrowth of Rabbi Jesus, and so too is Playboy magazine and Penthouse magazine and OnlyFans. Outgrowth of unhealed Jesus. So when I'm like looking at who gets to be an avatar of the age, what are the requirements, and what is the audition process like? I don't think that we should have someone to be an avatar of the age who is going to, after several thousand years within their own dream, invent a type of technology that can do this wholesale degradation of women through pornography. And then also the males in that dream that are accessing that pornography are also outgrowths of his mind, that it is somehow an self-exploration of very, very gross and unhealthy presences within his own mind. And that's not a good person. Sorry, but that's not a good person. So as I'm talking about, like we thought that he was a good person because there was this glamour. And I touched on that glamour and I was like, he's a good person. I feel that love. But maybe the glamour was false. And I'll start to read more. But let me also get into these questions and comments over here while it's still relevant. So starting from the most recent one, she says, I would love to hear why you think males needed to degrade women in the first place. Like, I don't have an answer for that. Okay, like this is going to be a history lesson, and we're going to, at a certain point, go into, in subsequent weeks, galactic history and, the origin of males versus females and what you call the battle of the sexes. But in Atlantis, we do not have the battle of the sexes. And also, male and female distinguishment is different because here you have it in this layer of mortality made by an insane sun in order to accommodate the garbage from Mars. So everything about maleness in this world literally is an implantation and an accommodation. And I'm not saying it very well, but so my original curriculum, lesson 16, we've got stuff about sexuality, and we've also got stuff about mortality. So please know that in this flawed layer of reality that you're experiencing, sexuality and mortality are intertwined together. And any conversation about sexuality is going to have to refer to the fact that you are in the world of mortality. Like, you are here in the world where there are 4 seasons. In Atlantis, we don't have 4 seasons. We don't have like the time when everything's alive and then the time when everything dies and then the time when everything is alive again. Like, we don't have that. We just have the time when everything is alive. And here you have you have to have your plants get together, males and females, to make seeds for the next generation because they're going to have to make the next generation. Like, this whole thing, this whole push for males and females to have to procreate in order to make the next generation, those paradigms and motivations arise from the world of mortality. So all of the Talmudic Judaism comes from the Exodus from Egypt, original times of matriarchy, when humans lived in a realm of mortality, but there was much more balance between males and females, and you actually had an equitable society that was actually guided by or civilized by a civilizing presence that up until this point I had been talking about it as the Shekinah, but I recently came upon this I did self-education. I'm sorry, I'm looking at this over here. I have it written down somewhere. Where do I have this? Sorry, if I can't find it in this moment, I will find it. Did some research recently. My word, so pardon me. I've been talking about this for like the past 2 months in this class, saying that the original power source that was a civilizing presence in the Great Pyramid at Egypt, in a time before the pharaohs, what is called pre-pharaonic Egypt, when females ruled. I've called it the Shekinah because it is the only word that I had that contained the flavor of like divine feminine and was kind of historically from there. And I literally last night was just watching a video that was about a reassessment of some of the concepts of the Ark of the Covenant. And I finally got the correct word, which is Asherah, Asherah. And this is from a Canaanite original mother figure that was part of the newly constructed Yahweh religion when the power source was taken from the Great Pyramid and put into the Ark of the Covenant. And then, of course, there was a time of wandering, but it eventually went to Jerusalem, where there was the creation of the Jewish temple and the establishment of the formality of the religion of animal sacrifice. And I've spoken to you about how that is hijacking of the creative and sexual principle away from females who, if I am teaching now about my aspects of sexuality in lesson 16, it must be recognized that the ability to generate life resides in the female and that it must come from the pleasuring of the female. So you guys can always refer to any of my classes from previous semesters about my considerations of human sexuality. Sometimes it is difficult for me to even have this conversation because I have to be so remedial in a world where people do not even know which orifice is supposed to be for sexual procreation and which orifices are most certainly not for procreation but are part of the digestive tube. So I will not, what is the word, tediously go over all of those considerations of the past. I'm going to talk about sexuality as it relates to this newer way of looking at things. Although it might be difficult for males to hear, and I know that human earth science describes the reproductive and procreative activity differently as being equally arising or requiring male and female energy. I will tell you that the ability to create reality and to create life resides in the female. And that before that crucial time in human history, where the energy of creativity was hijacked from something that is consensual and focused on female pleasure into something that is largely non-consensual and focused only on male pleasure or male fulfillment. That was a complete degradation of what creativity and sexuality is supposed to be. Creativity and sexuality was supposed to be housed and protected by the woman in the sense that you are responsible enough to choose, like with a paintbrush, what types of realities you would like to create and what types of realities you would not create. And there was a hijacking or a change that happened that you know historically as the event of Exodus, when the power to create was taken and misappropriated from the women and then artificially connected to male wish fulfillment and male desires. And the male satisfaction, the male sexual satisfaction is completely different than female sexual satisfaction or pleasure. And so I won't go into all of this because the truth is a lot of it is not teaching for the general public and not something that I would really talk about on YouTube in a general audience like this. It really is something that is for individual people, but you should know that the culture that you guys are coming out of is completely miscalibrated, does not recognize any aspect of respect, of female pleasure, and takes life creation for granted in the sense of like babies are going to happen whether or not this is a consensual partnership or whether it is the right way of doing things. Like, I'm so horrified by this world and by the way that your world is structured. It is so antithetical to life and so disrespectful of life. And it does also color your relationship to this very flawed Christ figure in the sense that your partnership with him is supposed to be consensual. He's up there on the cross saying the only way to get out of here and get to God is through me. But he's going to say, I'm not forcing you to do it. You have to want to be with me. And this relates to your questions and concerns of the moment now, because I'm going to encourage all of you to say, no, thank you. No, thank you. Don't want to be in a relationship with you. Like, kind of like get, I don't know, like I'm putting up a nice little barrier and being like, no, no, thanks, not interested. And that I think that you have to be very cautious about whether he's going to be like, oh, my mistake. Sure, I'm not going to force you to do something, or whether you see a lot of historical evidence of the forcing of so like even if you guys don't consider yourself to be females, like if you're a man or if you're a woman, you're the creative presence. You got it? Like whatever this thing is, like it is not the creative presence. And you have to make sure that your creative presence isn't going to be non-consensually accessed by this horrible pathogen and make a reality that you don't actually want that would actually imprison you. So I actually have a lot more left in order to be able to answer your question. People who have already been following along with my new video series probably already know more of the answers. So maybe you might also benefit from going back into the past 2 months of what I've been talking about. But she goes on to say, it would seem the whole purpose then of Jesus would be to gather Lush through his death and blood cult, not just Lush, which is the energy of suffering. But the real end goal is he wants to imprison your souls and prevent you from being able to go on your soul journey, which is when you go through the singularity at the center of this and then emerge into another layer of reality. That he wants to be like a fisherman. Remember this whole symbology? He's like, I'm going to catch you. You're my fish. Yeah, he wants to catch all the fish and then keep you in a world where you can be his personal playthings. This is power abuse. This is not freedom. And you can get free by recognizing that this is emotional fraud. And I'm going to return to this concept many times throughout today's presentation. The concept that if you have given your energy of love and generosity, like in authentic spirit, and then you find out that the other person isn't who they said they were, that is emotional fraud. Many, many good people in this world, the Atlantean remnant, have given your energy of generosity and reality co-creation to someone who is being emotionally fraudulent and that they're pretending or purporting to be working for your uplift, helping you towards your greatness, or working for your personal freedom. And what they're really trying to do is create degradation, prevent you from being able to become your exalted self, program you to be an inadequate sinner, and then to imprison you and prevent you from being able to go forward. Those levels of emotional fraud mean that if you gave, you should take your stuff back. You should be like, oh, when I gave you that, I thought that you were this. You're not that. I think I would like to have my stuff back. And the more, so I have several projects here. It's the only way I could say it. I have several projects here. So one of the projects is making sure that the Christian afterlife is just kind of like some dead giant warehouse with a bunch of empty gray folding chairs and no one is there to adore Jesus. But also I want to dismantle the entire warehouse. Like I don't want anyone to be there. Sorry if I got a little bit silly there in using that type of analogy. Like, I would like to make sure that not only do you recognize the nature of the fraud that's being offered to you, but that the capacity for this person to commit fraud is no longer. Let me go back one more question over here. It says, I find his choice of death a very bad example for us humans. That's a great concept. And let's start there. And of course, I'm going to go into my notes and start to read, because I think that I have more organization when I sit down and write these things than when I'm like I say, in the heat of the moment. But okay, if you're trying to give an example of eternal life, dying is not a good example. And also going willingly towards your death is not a good example. And the end result of a lot of this negative behavioral example has been about grooming you to expect that the world is a materialistic place of suffering, and that it will be necessary for you to die, as opposed to, oh, I couldn't even get that one out. I will have to press pause on that. That was really hard. You have no idea the levels of mental interference that I encounter when I try to say these things. Come at it from a different direction. Okay. Question says, do Muslims have a similar afterlife pocket like Christianity? Is the prophet of that religion of the same, like JC? Do Muslims and Christian occupy the same afterlife pocket? Muslim is outgrowth of Jesus. And so that is like pocket world within pocket world. The prophet Muhammad being a sub personality of the flawed JC. Great questions. And okay, so wait. Let me finish with this part. If you're looking for hard-edged evidence of the flaws within the personality of JC, the need for pornography is a big one there, okay? And let me just say this. Let me contrast that with my mind. Like, if you put me in the center of this emanation apparatus, and you're going to amplify everything that's inside of my mind right now, you know how much pornography I would emit? 0% pornography. I contain 0% pornography, and you would not have any of that stuff emanated from me. And this is an important distinction to make, because when you're starting to consider, like, what are the qualities that you want in terms of who is an avatar of the age and who should be like an example, like the original seed crystal around which to catalyze all of these aspects of reality, like, you don't just have to be like, oh, well, it's human nature. Like, oh, everyone's going to emit a giant pile of porno, and that's just part. Like, no, the answer is no. And I think that we should stop being apologetic about the flaws of whoever was this Talmudic rabbi or whatever his problems were, and the world that he emitted and the garbage that is here. Okay. So no, if I emitted the world, it would be like a perfect rainbow mathematical precision. And because of this, I think we have to reconsider about whether we are even in this layer of reality, and to emphasize, what about the avatar of the age that would be at the layer of the throat chakra? This is the layer of truth and authenticity. We are right now experiencing so much lies and propaganda and false light up here. There is not the correct foundation of truth in the human anatomy, the planetary anatomy. Somehow truth and throat chakra has been given very, very small assessment. Okay, sorry, I didn't even finish that thought correctly because I have to get into this. Okay, so what I was just saying to you, like, if you put me in the epicenter, and then if I am the seed crystal, and you're going to catalyze reality around me, that is literally what I'm teaching you. With the moment of ascension where you're like, oh, I am God. I want each one of you to consider that you can be that seed crystal at the center of the reality, that you are essentially confronting this very, very flawed and pathogenic imposter that is creating or catalyzing this reality. And what you should really do is be like, oh, I'm God. I can catalyze a much better reality than this fraudulent joker around me. So to realize that, quote unquote, I am God and am creating this reality, and am struggling against a self-elevated imposter who is not a contributor to reality creation, who is a detractor from reality, who is a parasite. This is what informs your moment right now. As you are moving into claiming ownership of the position I am God, that you are facing this consciousness parasite that is not actually a constructive presence or something that is here to collaborate with you and make reality with you, but is the actual opposite and is a detractor and is much more of a parasite. Okay. We haven't even really gotten going on my notes yet. Like, oh my God, we are here for an hour. And that was really just a preamble. Everybody get ready. I have some wonderful like pineapple fruit juice over here. Get ready. Carbo load. We're going to have to get going. Like, we need to pick up the pace here. Thank you. Okay. And I feel like when I'm not speaking from my notes, I feel like I'm all over the place. But as soon as I start to read from here, I'm like, okay, guys, like just get ready. It's all going to start to make sense. You're like, oh my God, we're already all over the place. Good. Okay, so this one, reassessment of my original notes. These notes right here are called Approaching the Solar Face. It's a moment of acceleration and confrontation, and it's supposed to be an accurate reflection of the self, where you are accurately reflected back to your own self, okay? An opportunity to learn, to see a view of one's own face or your own identity as a soul. Your self-identity, your life choices. Now, when I talk about the clipboard at the moment of death, that level of self-assessment and spotlight on you, all about you, can be at the moment of death, but it can also be during this process of ascension. And that's where I remember it and know it as the process of ascension from Atlantis. Here it is bastardized, for lack of a better word, into the assessment in death of what you did wrong. But you guys didn't do something wrong. You guys are all alive. Woohoo! And so you get to do this assessment or have this self-reflection while you're in this process of ascension and acceleration. And right now we're having this planetary ascension. So basically the entire planet is having this level of self-assessment. To contextualize, our whole planet did not die in the past few months. And this is a good accomplishment, despite a scheduled nuclear annihilation and many other destructions that were supposed to happen, like in the Middle East. We are on the version of the self and the planet, so your own body and the planetary body, that did not die. And we did something right. And instead, we stayed alive like pesky troublemakers, and we are now being assessed in life and not in death. And we can use this moment to confront the flawed sun. So I keep on emphasizing to you how important it is that, like, you did not actually die. So the fact that you did not die, like, you are a living example that you're like, look, I did good math. Not like that guy on the cross. He did bad math and many other things too. I know that you just might not like my attitude. All right, keep going. I know the sun is flawed. This is big. So not only the Jewish rabbi is flawed, but also the sun, the presence that we are facing is flawed. Why do I know it is flawed? Because part of the reflection, like the timelines that it is sending out to me, contain narrative structures that I would never send out. Narrative structures such as things that contain cancer and things that contain rape or sexual violence. Truly, like if you give me the pen of authorship and I'm going to be writing reality, I'm not going to write reality where people get cancer. And I'm definitely not going to write a reality where women get raped. Please, no. Because these are ongoing, like worldwide planetary narratives. And I know that I don't contain those two characteristics or behaviors or patterns. So literally, when I came here as Aurora, I did not know that these things even existed or have their potentials for existence. I know that I don't emanate them or bring them with me into this layer of reality. Those are pre-existing, and those are actually emanations from the flawed sun. So logically, I can know and prove that the sun is flawed or pathogenic, and it contains these criminal characteristics, and that they don't emanate or come from me. And I don't know about all of you, so I use myself as a super clean, clear-cut case. Again, I use myself as the example because I know what I know me, I know what's inside of me, and I know who I am and what I'm not. And so it's very, very easy. And that's also part of why I'm here as a systems debugger, in my various different incarnations throughout the stellar network, right? Not incarnations, my various different um, adventures or what we call them experiences as Aurora. I'm the same incarnation, but in various different levels of experience, doing these similar levels of confrontation and debugging. So again, I don't know about what you guys contain, or if you're an amalgamation, or if you have some crapola doo-doos inside of you. But I know that I don't contain crapola doo-doos like cancer. And so then I know that that is not emanating and coming from me in terms of stories. These are flawed stories from the sun. Okay, so let's talk about the sun. The sun's face reflecting you back to you is a unique and individual experience, okay? It is not the same for everyone, and it is supposed to show you who you truly are, but it is very flawed. As I know that flying rainbow lasagna is good math, and also that my motivations are good and correct. I'm increasing the divine harmonic patterns in the world and reducing the non-harmonic anti-life dysfunctions. The flawed face of the sun is attacking me, sending bad intentions to eradicate me, to invalidate Aurora when I am the true ascension personality, and to eradicate FRL, especially as it makes death and Christian heaven and imprisonment obsolete. That's one of the key aspects there, that, you know, like you're dealing with a pathogenic flawed personality from this guy from 2,000 years ago, because he's like, hey, I thought I was, I'm speaking as him now. I thought I'm this evil wizard. I'm going to fisherman, all of you, you're all going to go in my pocket world, except for you, pesky lasagna. You made it possible for them to somehow escape from my grasp. And so now I don't like you. But a true Christ would celebrate flying rainbow lasagna and be like, oh, wow, this is perfect math. I'm so excited. So you guys already have that. I don't have to emphasize that. You have that very, very clearly. So you guys know my rant against flawed New Age shadow work. Well, this is the ultimate showdown, where you are being faced with a giant ball of lies that erroneous says, I am you, become one with me, when you should reject it and get away from it. You got it? You are actually more perfect math, and you contain more decency and goodness than the flawed guy from 2,000 years ago, and he's trying to judge and imprison you. Okay? Please don't be fooled and think that it is necessary to have a distasteful maggot face to put you off from a bad direction, like that he's just making himself look bad to be like, you know, like, get out of here, kid, you know, like pushing you out of the nest or something like that. Please do not be fooled. You already know it's a bad decision. You're already efforting to get away or go past. You don't need the extra assault upon your self-identity. So again, it is not helpful self-growth for him to like corrode you and say like, you're bad, you're wrong, you're evil. You're like, you're trying to get away from him already. You already know. And I use the maleness and the pronoun him, but please, males, don't internalize as like all men are bad, but please know that this is a male presence and is definitely harmful. So again, apologizing. You'll have to do a lot as you men, as you are facing the mirror, you will have to do a lot to assess what's your inner goodness, and then what's pathogenic, parasitic stuff that comes from either a flawed sun or a flawed garbage from Mars debris field that came into our world and projected behavioralisms, personality characteristics, and other things. Like, you will have to do a lot of combing the debris out of your own sense of self in order to maintain and bring forward your own goodness. Like, that's your job. You're going to have to do that for yourself. So we don't need to have this lying accuser trying to corrode your sense of self in order for you to say, no, get away from me. I'm good. I don't deserve this. Because it at times, this very flawed pathogenic solar presence tries to portray itself as like a helpful maggot. Like, oh, I'm making myself look gross because I don't want you to get fooled. Like, get out of here, kid. But the only problem is that if I weren't here as a balanced voice to tell you, you are good, you are worthy, don't believe this maggot that tells you that you're an unworthy sinner and that you should be incinerated or, you know, hurt in some way, like you could internalize on that as the truth. Like if you didn't have a balanced perspective, this parental figure telling you that you're bad and worthy of incineration could be devastating to you. And so it's like, it's pretty bad that I have to be here as a balanced figure. And you are supposed to experience, instead of this corrosion and accusation against your personality, a neutrality. If the face of evil, if the judgmental face of evil is not applicable to you, not having it falsely project its own crap upon you. So whatever, if we can think of any type of personality characteristic, like being a murderer, and it's like, you're a murderer, and you're like, what are you talking about? Like, I never did any of that stuff. Like, it should be neutral. You shouldn't be falsely accused. It should be like, oh, murder? No, no murder. So it should just be neutral or silent. So the fact that you're even having to effort against it, like you're being falsely accused, and then you have to mount defense, and all of this is very wasted energy and erroneous. You're just supposed to be able to go through the solar portal neutrally if those things don't apply to you, okay? You should slide through in a frictionless experience, not encounter all these false accusations, and then have to protect, defend, and respond to so much ridiculousness. All of this ridiculous shit comes from the flawed Jesus man. And I actually think he had a deep-seated inner desire to rape or violate women and then be forgiven. Let me read through this. And that this entire religion is his subconscious desire projected upon and exploiting and requiring all of us to participate in his flawed idiocy and insanity. And the flawed Jesus man is also the flawed sun, or flawed solar disk personification. So all of this, basically, I am going to get to the conclusion, which is that Jesus did not pass the audition. He is not worthy of being a Christ or an avatar or in the Christ consciousness network. He is like a narcissistic abuser who is requiring all of us to participate in his self-exploration of his own pathogenic qualities. Okay. Now I want to get to this, the inner world of evangelical Christians. And this was very effective for me, because I found a video where there was a person he was raised in the evangelical Christian church in the United States, and he spoke about his ideology, mental framework, and how he changed and grew beyond that and came out of it. I have it linked in the notes that I sent out in my email. I might share it as part of the video sharing, but I always want you to know it's not an endorsement of who this guy is. He is just some guy who made a video, but he describes his experience in the church very well as growing up and being groomed to cultivate what is called the voice of Jesus in his own mind. So this all, like, we got to talk about this now as occult spell work, and the death of the original Jesus as being an opening of a portal for not synthetic telepathy as like nanotechnology, but a form of unhealthy artificial synthetic telepathy that is done through this type of, death artifice. I'm not coming up with good words for it. Let me keep going. Okay. This guy speaks about how he was not born with this voice in his mind. It was socially and religiously groomed into being inside of him internally. All right. So he describes, first of all, his own thoughts, things that he identifies with, which were also groomed and influenced and socially programmed into him, that his own thoughts are that he is an unworthy sinner. And his own thoughts, or these other aspects of self, were often accusatory and telling him about how he is not good enough. And then he talks about how the church instilled in him this type of dissociation and construction of a positive voice that would be a separate voice or thought structure that he started to perceive as Jesus. It's a very, very good video. It was worth it for me to watch. None of it was sappy or idiotic. It was a person genuinely sharing about what they had experienced. And I think it will help to break a lot of spells, especially for anybody who quote unquote like grew up in the church or who was like religiously influenced from a very early age. This is deep stuff. The Jesus voice would speak lovingly to him or reassure him that he is worthy. And in the video, he is now in adulthood and sharing very well about his spiritual and religious journey and about how he was encouraged by his community when he was growing up Christian to alienate himself from the very parts of himself that were the loving and celebratory things, and that were his own loving response to the intrusive or demonic thoughts that were unloving and corrosive. So to reiterate that, in his social and cultural framing of his internal mind state, he was taught to disassociate from the loving thoughts that tell him that he is worthy and should be alive and is a good person, as not arising from himself, but as arising from something external, that is this Jesus figure. He shares about his trajectory in the video. He eventually came to see that the voice of Jesus was his own mind and thought construction, but that it represented the loving aspect of his own self. And then he's really mature. He did the right thing. He went on to dismantle that voice as a type of intermediary that he didn't need, I want to say like taking away training wheels, as it was less relevant and less authentic than simply lovingly speaking to himself directly with no persona involved. So let's really talk about this. The construction and the creation of that persona is an aspect of this person, this man, in his journey as a Christian, his own imagination. Like you have this pineal gland, this capacity to imagine, to create, to vivify. Through the impression of those around him, he was encouraged to envision and to enliven with his belief a loving parental figure in his own mind. But as he learned and grew, and through rationalism came to question some of the teachings or foundationals of the church, he then had to question that mental framework. And he came through it, I think, in a very successful way at being able to recognize the original implantation is false, that you're an unworthy sinner, and that you deserve all these corrosive and demonic, like being attacked. And then it is also understandable response to create like the Jesus shield, the persona that will shield you from those attacks. But in the end, he recognized that these were both dualistic, two sides of the same coin, implants and stuff that's not real. And then he actually came through the other side with his humanity intact and coming forward to create a genuine relationship with the world. Like these filters of both the satanic, demonic, and also the Jesus shield. These are all filters for comprehending the world. And he grew up with those filters implanted. Only in adulthood was he able to remove those filters and then have a more direct experience of interaction, human interaction, how he feels about the world and who he is as a person. I hope that this is coming across, and I'm going to keep reading. All right. So I think that you can extrapolate pretty much the entire experience people are having of a kind, benevolent Jesus figure as exactly like this guy, arising from one's own internal true goodness. And then through the flawed neurological self-watching pathways that I've already described to you, I talked about that last week as the primal human, your primal primate architecture of who you are in this body has neurological structures that are about being complex enough. Like you're not a one-celled organism, you're a multi-celled organism of huge complexity, and you're complex enough to watch yourself and to know what's going on. You're like, wow, I'm a person. I have a hand. I can pick up a pencil. I can do things. Like imagine like the primal human that is like walking through the world and using tools and doing things. And it is correct to be amazed at your own existence. But the hijacking that took place was where the primal human that thinks naturally, I am watching self, that got distorted through genetic distortions. And we've talked about like the genetic mods that have been in humans from external like doo-doos, morphs into I'm watching self, goes to someone is watching me, and then it changes again to God, an externalized deity is watching me. And then when you add the social judgment neurons that are about like, am I pleasing mommy and daddy, or am I happy face, sad face, happy face, angry face? Am I pleasing my community by what I'm doing? When you add that in, then you arrive at God is judging. So moving from I am watching myself, or I'm aware of myself, to God is watching me in my own mind, God is watching me, to then God is judging me. This internal experience, similar to and parallel to the internal experience of having an implanted projection, you're a bad, wrong sinner, you're like, ugh. And then the self-creation shielding, which is also encouraged by society, a benevolent Jesus parent who comes forward and says, I'm not bad, or like, you're not bad, you're good, you're all right in my book, kid, I love you, all right? The persona of benevolent Jesus as a self-arising construct that is necessary in response to the harmful, caustic, critical, and unloving accusations of implanted thoughts. And this is stuff that comes from the Pooties. But how did that Pootie stuff get there? The insane son put that Pootie stuff there. So that's everything that's on the membrane of death, the demons, and the flawed son, because you shouldn't have that stuff talking to you from the membrane of death and those Pooties and those cat collars. The sun should incinerate all of that. I'll put down my stuff. I know it's very hard. The sun should obliterate with energy through here and be like, fire hose and energy, get the F out of there. You're not supposed to be there, and you're certainly not supposed to be talking shit to someone who's just trying to live their life on Earth, all right? That consciousness debris, flotsam and jetsam, and the cultural patterns that carry it. I like how I was able to express that. The debris from Mars. These are semi-people, but they were also kind of like cyborgs, who lived on Mars, blew themselves up in a terrible Merkaba time experiment, and ended up smeared on the membrane of death, all right? And that's consciousness debris, flotsam and jetsam. And the sun did not eradicate that stuff. It carried it into our world, Atlantis, and then the cultural patterns that carry the flotsam and jetsam. These are some of these sexual dynamics, social dynamics, and religious ideation. All of this to say that when you encounter or confront the solar disk, there's supposed to be the benevolent figure of Jesus Christ, of traditional metaphysics taught by humans. So what you know, like from Rudolf Steiner, I do not promote that stuff, but it's what you know. So that you're supposed to be encountering this benevolent Jesus Christ like a sphere, like a loving, circular beach ball that will incinerate your sins and your unworthiness, and also hug you and cradle your goodness and carry you lovingly to your next life experience, like a sorting hat of goodness. But first of all, any benevolent Jesus Christ is 100% a construct and an emanation from you. Just like the evangelical person that shared in his video, he really created that shield of goodness out of his own mind and his own heart. You can consider it as his own higher self, looking at his whatever 6 or 7-year-old self being literally religiously abused by his family and church and people all around him, telling him that he's a sinner, and coming forward internally and saying, you're not a sinner, you're a good guy. like F that shit. Don't believe the hype. And that's actually an aspect of yourself. So the theosophy, metaphysics of Steiner and these different occultists from the human world say there's an external presence that's Jesus Christ, and it's gonna love you and hug you and judge you in the sorting hat of goodness when you get to the sun. But I am telling you that ideations of benevolent Jesus Christ arise 100% from you and are projections from your own highest self. And this can relate somewhat to my reportage of when they turned on 5G in 2020 and how the benevolent Christ consciousness network that I have always been connected to, I usually wear my cross in affiliation with that goodness got incinerated. I think that the shielding of self through Christ consciousness network was directly assaulted by the insane sun through the proliferation of this type of technology that is 5G, that is Antichrist technology. It's designed to destroy your shielding. It's designed to penetrate through your shielding of goodness and try to incinerate you and tell you that you're a sinner. You got it. You guys are totally with me because I'm telepathic and I can tell this. Okay, hold on a minute. Let me just take care of Cheeky. 5-minute break. 5-minute break, everyone. 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay. So, wait. Let's go back to the rigged carnival game. First of all, the supposedly benevolent Jesus Christ is never enough to stand up to the actual evil asshole sun. Somehow the evil always incinerates the shield of goodness and has more formfulness or more coherence. And the caustic and untrue accusations outweigh the flimsy assertions of goodness. And this is part of the rigged carnival game and inherently flawed, unfair system where you are always assessed as never good enough. And that's true, like, even if you did feats of altruism and all sorts of good things, and you have a giant resume of goodness, that in approaching the flawed solar disk, those genuine remembrances of your goodness would be incinerated away, and then only like false projections of badness or minor indiscretions would be held up as some type of proof of your unworthiness. The rigged carnival game, as you are getting to the moment of acceleration or divine union or exit from the flawed layers of reality, and that the insane and flawed solar disk, along with the inadequate Jesus Christ figure, along with the accusatory figure of like a flawed Christ, all conspire to keep you in the rigged carnival game and make you have to have more experiences in this layer, as opposed to graduating and going to a much more pristine and appropriate layer of reality. Okay. So part of what the flawed and insane sun hates about me is that I always confront it on the systemic injustices and foundational flaws of how the game is rigged. Because I'm like, so first of all, like, I know what's inside of me, and I know that if it was not a rigged game, that I would be like, oh yeah, like whoosh, like we're going right through this portal. There's no problem. So I'm very good in terms of like calibrating. You're like, yep, Aurora should get through the filter. If Aurora can't get through the filter, then you know that the filter is flawed, okay? So using my math capabilities, what I do is I often show or demonstrate or mathematically prove to the sun its own inadequacies and self-conflict or illogics. So most of my intelligence to do this, or my perspective, derives from, as I've already described, outside of the system. Outside, this is how I can even know and have a perspective on how severely miscalibrated this system is. And my proof of how miscalibrated this system is has a direct impact on the life-death assessment of each one of you, especially the innocents, or what I call the Atlantean remnants, since the flawed garbage from Mars deservedly should remain for more recycling and should not exit the refinery. In fact, to say that it should remain for more recycling is a misnomer. I had to question whether I should write that. Like, it actually should go to entropy. There's nothing for it to be recycled, or there's nothing more to be refined out of it. There's not a reason or motivation for those consciousness fragments or souls to continue in a narrative journey. It's garbage put it in the bin, get it out of reality, send it to entropy. Okay, so now let's talk about the Christian religion as a turning point, a change in the focus from what it had been in temple-based Judaism, doing sacrifices at the Jewish temple to get material stuff and abundance. And this had been going on for thousands of years. And this is also the foundation of the culture that you presently live within. The concept of a quid pro quo with a abstract, ineffable God who wants blood sacrifice. And if you want to have a healthy, good life, you got to kill an animal at the temple. And then what will happen? You will get good stuff in your life. But no promises about living forever, or that you wouldn't die, or that something would happen to you after you died. In fact, in that mentality, in that culture, they didn't really know about or focus on what would happen after you died. It was a materialistic culture that was focused on getting stuff now, not getting stuff later. To contrast, with the beginning of the crucifixion of Jesus and the religion that grew up in his name, the Christianity religion, the focus changed to doing good deeds during your life as a form of self-sacrifice, so that way you can get rewarded in the afterlife or heaven, a delayed gratification. And the key point there is self-sacrifice. So there were many religious pronouncements and commandments that were affiliated with the original Jewish forms of worship. It's actually not just 10 commandments. They have 613 commandments and things that they have to do. But it was a sense of like, you have to follow these laws, and following those laws makes you a good person, and then you will be fruitful and multiply and abundant in your life. The teachings that came up in the Christian church weren't about following specific prescribed activities and behaviors that you had to do. What you had to do was be a good person. And here's the point that I'm bringing it to you: have a personal relationship with Jesus. Different than saying, follow this recipe. More like saying, have a relationship with the chef who's going to be inside of your mind at all times, telling you what to do. And this is part of the consideration of the video from the person who was in the evangelical church and where this came from. Okay, so let me read further. This mechanism for delayed gratification became weaponized against growth, against accountability, against confrontation in life, a passivity in the face of evil that allowed evil to flourish. Even the teaching from the Christian church that we look at the materialistic world as, quote unquote, Satan's playground, while the supposedly righteous just use willpower to get through life, always awaiting an improved utopia upon death. So I hope that those of you who are in my class and you know, like, that sounds very similar to the guys who are flawed meditators, who are meditating away, escaping from or being non-confrontational to an extremely flawed reality, and really in the end only looking for a form of release from suffering or a way to serve themselves, to be able to find a decent place for their mind to be within a very flawed and inadequate world. So this mechanism for delayed gratification meant that Christians and the people who were aligning with and believing in this Jesus Savior would look at the world as like worthy of the bin. It's a flawed, materialistic world, and Satan runs the world, even though that's like saying, like, don't blame me, blame my twin brother Satan. It's like, that's your twin brother, that's you. That's the mask. That's the Halloween presence that you've made up to act out these bad things. And so that actually is you running that. But the psychological disassociation and disengagement that gave to people who were followers of this Jesus, because we can't call him Christ anymore. Like, he's getting kicked out of the Christ band. All right, just please know it. But the followers of Jesus were encouraged throughout history, but especially the original Christians, a passivity in the face of evil, and even to the point of the way that the story of the crucifixion is portrayed as Jesus falling into it passively. Like, he didn't necessarily kill himself, like jump off a bridge or something like that, but he did a bunch of things, and then they came for him and he did not fight back and he let it all happen. This type of passivity as a response to evil. That is very, very different than confrontationalism, which would be like to say, hey, you stupid, jerk face, stop trying to crucify me. I'm going to get away from you or stop this from happening in some way. And he was held up as a paragon, an example of how you should be in your life. That similarly, if you say a bunch of things and they decide that they're going to, whatever, crucify you or chop off your head, be like, just let it happen. And then get your reward in heaven. You get reward in an afterlife. Passivity to evil in the materialistic world, and then you get your reward in an afterlife. And the afterlife is 100% a construct from this guy. We'll go more. Just as the benevolent Jesus Christ is created by aspects of your own self, similarly, the improved utopia is also a self-creation and self-emanation, using the imaginative envisionment and dreaming capabilities of our own mind. So that's the improved utopia of a Christian heaven based upon the envisionment and imaginative capabilities of your own mind. Hold on, I want to keep reading, but some of you, I think, have referenced the movie What Dreams May Come. A lot of Hollywood stuff in your generation, a lot of Hollywood stuff is where you got the grooming for the expectation of what afterlife would be like. So in that afterlife, the protagonist finds himself, in that movie rather, start again. In that movie, What Dreams May Come, the protagonist finds himself dead and in an afterlife. And initially he starts off with blobs of paint, where he is an impressionist painter, painting flowers. And then his afterlife guide says to him, yeah, and at a certain point, you don't need paint anymore. And then he is just, imagining with his mind. And there are also similar themes in Good Place when the protagonists actually finally make it to the real utopian paradise. And then they have the capacity to emanate whatever they would like from their mind. Like they can envision visiting Greece or visiting Paris or having fun with monkeys. Like they can envision anything that they want, but it's really their own envisionment. If they didn't envision anything, it would just be, like I said, a gray warehouse with some folding chairs in there. All right. So a reminder. So blah, blah. Christian paradise comes out of your ability to imagine it. And as a reminder, prior to this, in the Jewish religion, and so the religion that Jesus, the rabbi, came out of, Judaism groomed people to expect a gray wandering place in the afterlife. It's called Sheol, similar to the Tibetan Bardo. No teaching on reincarnation either. So in that culture, there is no way to comfort the grieving family and say, they're there, dear. Like someone has died. Don't worry, your loved one is in heaven now. That did not exist. You could not say that at a Jewish funeral. And also you can't say, oh, don't worry, we all believe in reincarnation, so you'll see them again in another life. So there's really nothing. There's nothing you can say to the Jewish person or the Jewish culture when they die, because there's not this calamine lotion to make you feel better. It was a materialistic religion that was focused on animal sacrifice and getting stuff in life, not in what would happen after death. So after Jesus died, there were several more decades, and then the Jewish temple where these animal sacrifices occurred was destroyed again, and it was not rebuilt. So this is where Judaism changed as a religion at that point, but a lot of the energy of worship went from Judaism as a cultural paradigm and as a construct into Christianity and the teachings of the church, which were shaped and then became the foundation for your culture. And that's why you now have the year zero. You have before Christ, after Christ, the year zero. It's a watershed moment and a turning point in your mentality and your cultural energy or motivation and how you move down the road. The Jewish temple was destroyed shortly after the death of Jesus. And that is one reason or motivation for why so much energy of worship went out of Judaism and into the new flavor of worship, which became Christianity. Well, just as there is grooming for the expectation of sexual fulfillment, there's also religious grooming for the expectation of ecstatic union upon death. So this teaching today, right now, as I break from my notes, is both about Christianity and flaws in Christianity and flaws in the historical Jesus, but also like lesson 16 is about sexuality. And I'm bringing this in here now too, and I'll speak about it more. Basically, the pleasure of the woman in your present world is not respected or prioritized in any way in sexuality. Young women are exposed to different TV shows and movies, to a lesser extent literature, but these are tools for grooming to create an expectation or a desire in young women that they will eventually have a sexual experience and a sexual partner that will give them a particular feeling. So Christianity is grooming for this expectation of ecstatic divine union. And what will that feel like when you die? Like, as opposed to Judaism, that's just like, no, sacrifice a bunch of animals, and then when you're dead, kid, chomping a cigar. Christianity is like, no, don't sacrifice a bunch of animals, but instead do all these other things. And then when you die, you're going to have a really special, good feeling. That's ecstatic. So now this is very parallel to some of the very, very flawed ways that women have been indoctrinated or treated in the world, to think and to consider that it's necessary and positive to have sexual relationships and to have procreative relationships, and that having those sexual procreative relationships will give them this feeling of ecstatic union. And that I won't go through a whole cultural diatribe, but let's just say that women are not experiencing the much vaunted and sought after feelings, although male and women and men are very, very different in their biology, in their self-expression, in their sexuality, and in their sensuality. Males are experiencing sexual gratification and satisfaction, but at the expense of the females, who are often not experiencing pleasure and are experiencing the exact opposite of pleasure. And women don't often talk about it. And there is not a socially sanctioned conversation about this. And many times women think that there's something wrong with them, that they are not feeling the way that they're supposed to feel. Let's use an example of a movie that did grooming for women that you're familiar with, Dirty Dancing. It's a story of a young girl's coming of age story over summer camp in the 1950s, when she starts out, dressing like a good girl, but then she's exposed to dirty dancing, where they're listening to rock music and doing all sorts of things, dancing in ways that their parents don't approve of, but also exploring each other sexually. And the movie teaches young women who watch that how to change the way they look, change the way they walk, experiment with being attracted to older or more sexually and socially precocious people or groups, and then to change their identity to being sexually active. So there was a good conversation. We had a small conversation about this in my Patreon, and a lot of very socially aware people participating in that conversation and talking about how they have a whole list of the movies that influence them in adolescence, especially like girls. So it's not just Disney princess fantasies that give an expectation of who you're supposed to be and what your life is going to be like and what are your goals as a woman. Like the Disney princess fantasy says, like, be pretty and then marry a prince and then you will live in like a nice house. And that paradigm ruined a lot of women because like they didn't build a life or like become a person. They just tried to like be attractive, and then they got like the worst husbands and had a very unfulfilling life. So that's not a very good grooming at all. But then other movies that beyond Disney princess, like a rescuing fantasy. So it matters in the sense of grooming in Christianity because it is a sense of sexual saviorship from your life and uplift. All right. But there are other movies, like one was Grease, where we have the change from Sandra Dee, who is virginal and innocent into suddenly being sexualized. And then she's wearing tight black clothing and has, outlandish makeup and is a vamp and looks totally different and gets a lot of positive attention as a result of that. Like these are all cultural and behavioral programming tools to be able to make people have an expectation that like being sexually pure, virginal, or innocent, especially as a woman, is not positive or life affirmative, and that you somehow have to change in order to be more attractive and more celebrated in the world, and then something good will happen for you. But these are lies. These are lies. You should be who you really are. In fact, I'll write about it in my notes. I'll read about what I wrote in my notes, but you might have to go all the way back to what you remember. If you want to remember a time of like innocence, a pre-sexualized time of innocence, you might have to, in your own life, bring yourself back to when you were like, whatever, maybe 5 or 6 years old, and remember who you were before you had these different, both for males and females, culturally imposed behavioral paradigms about who you're supposed to be, what you're supposed to look like, and how you're supposed to act in the world. Because so much, like as I've been touching on the Talmudic world of Judea, like 2,000 years ago, people had very little levels of personal cultural freedom. Like in that world, and of course, moving forward, if you had a family business, like you were in the family business, you couldn't, if you were born as like the miller, your last name is Miller, you will work at the mill. Like you can't be like, oh, I think I'd like to be a painter instead. You'd be like, no, who do you think you are? Like you are the miller, or you are the butcher, or you are the candlestick maker. Like the Jewish world of Jesus in 2,000 years ago was very cut and dried and organized. And you didn't have a lot of personal freedom in terms of your exploration of your identity. Both males and females were defined and shunted into their social definition of who they had to be. And you didn't really get too much of a chance for individuality. Now our world is different. And of course, I'm working to reduce 5G. It's essential to be graded as an individual, not to be defined by the collective of humanity and what everyone from your age is doing, like everyone at this time is doing, because I want to say any good kid, because you would not be favored if you were the Atlantean remnant would definitely be brought down in the estimation if you were considered as a group with everything else that is here at the same time. You could tell I was in a quagmire and I really chose my words very carefully on that one. Let me hydrate and continue reading. Thank you. Okay. The doctrine of the Christian church is similar to that grooming about the expectation of ecstatic divine union upon death, or that process of implanting expectation of what will happen so that it happens. You are the manifester or maker of that reality. An important realization is that this form of utopian afterlife is an extremely flimsy construct. So this is to make a distinction between like the anthropomorphic Christian afterlife, or like what you would do in heaven, as opposed to the like what's printed on my dress, the world of perfect divine harmonies, where there's real architecture and coherence. So the fantasy land of it, like a utopian human afterlife, it has no real architecture and no real staying power or coherence. Like there's no causality. It's like this thing happens because of this thing. You just do go-karts with monkeys. Like you just do whatever makes you feel happy. Coherence comes from non-physical or purely energetic polygons that have force vectors that are harmonically perfect. They are shaped right and they stick around. That's really different than this Christian fantasy heaven, which is a silly world. It's a pocket world. It's a non-causality place where you can eat giant plates of spaghetti and never get fat. That's from like that movie Defending Your Life. So in your modern world, people want to be able to, what's heaven like? Heaven is having an endless buffet and you can eat all you want but never get fat. And I am here to tell you that that is not a benevolent world or a benevolent afterlife, that that is actually like a type of hell. What you really want when you're wishing for that is for an adequate, alive biological metabolism where you can eat a lot and then run around and be like a super athlete and work off all of the giant plates of pasta that you ate. So let me read this for you. As a real aside, in assessing true utopia, where your body is connected to the land. This is what true utopia is like, not a cloudy white void where you can eat as much pasta as you want to. But in true utopia, have a real body, biological world, and you are genuinely connected to the land that you run on, and also the food that you eat. So you're not eating random pieces of pasta, you're eating things that actually you grow and are connected to you. And also, you're connected to your food, the land, and also your activity levels. It's not ideal to eat giant plates of food and never have it have an impact on your body. That is a form of hell. You should run a marathon after eating so much. And in a utopian paradise, the running would be pleasant and self-directed. So heaven is actually a series of very good restaurants with great food that you run several miles in between in order to get to them. And when you run, like, of course, your body feels really good and you have comfortable shoes. Okay. So this is just a complete reassessment of what people think is heaven, to the industrialized Western and Christian groomed person. You might think heaven is a total disconnection from nature, like living in a totally non-natural environment. But to other people from other times and places, the concept of a world where you can eat as much as you want and never get fat or like never have to work or toil or anything like that, like they would consider that to be imbalanced and a form of hell. Like whatever the concept of, I don't even know how to describe it to you, but like um I won't go any further, but just know like a stasis of unchanging and whatever, like just constant pleasure. I want to say gluttony. Like those things aren't actually pleasant, but they're the fulfillment of like unhealthy appetites. And what you really want is to be able to walk around, eat food that comes from a pristine environment around you and be healthy in your physical body. And I think I got that out. I don't know if I articulated that as much as I wanted to, because I wanted to go into all sorts of different, like, I want to talk about Westworld and like all these different things, but I didn't want to muddy the waters. I watch all these different TV shows. I haven't watched that show in a long time, but I'm like the rational presence where I'm like, because there were these Native Americans in the story Westworld, and they're like clone people, but they live kind of on the plains. But I didn't want to confuse you. So just know the clones of Westworld would not want to have like a stasis where nothing ever changes and they never have to grow or do anything. But you want to grow. You don't want to have a nothing world. You want to have a world where things grow and where you can grow. That's for real. What is the real afterlife? For the aspects of self that are truly eternal and truly refined, those indelible consciousness aspects would transit the membrane of death and eventually align with the path of least likelihood, then go through, quote unquote, the singularity, the aperture there, and emerge into the next highest octave of reality. But this is a seamless translation, not a hard threshold. It is a fluid, moment to moment transfer with no lapse in awareness. So a big distinction to make when you do that, like, okay, we'll show you here. So, okay, you're going to go up the central core timeline. You're going to get to singularity. And then what's going to happen? Are you going to die? Is your head going to explode? Will whatever blood fly out of your eyeballs? No, none of those things. You will still be alive in your body. Will you be like, oh, like now I have a different name. I'm this, I'm that. Be like, no, you remember who you are. And you remember everything that happened from the beginning that brought you up to this moment now when you got this. And then you remember everything going forward from that moment, even though you grow and change and evolve as a result. So it is not as people look at and embrace death as an end of the person that you were, especially if you don't like the person that you were. Death is often looked at as an ego release from the negative stories of things you don't want to be affiliated with. When you have lived your life well, you don't need to do that. You don't need to be like, that's not me. I didn't do any of that stuff. Kachunka, I'm a new person. You're like, I'm that person because I'm proud of my resume and who I am. So it's living life in a completely different valuing to be able to want to maintain the resume or the record of what you've experienced. Okay. This is being still alive and still viable and still in a state of learning and personal growth. It really is a long or extended journey with continual upshifts into new octaves and refinement or perfection of one's inner math. But none of this is imprisonment or reduction in freedom, and it is not a form of punishment. The event structures you experience when you do this in this way are life affirmative, very, very different from the bad stories, like the ones that are emanated from the sun that is a psychopath. Bad stories that would be about people getting cancer or people getting violated and raped or something like that. The stories that you experience, the event structures are life affirmative. The refined and good math event structures are about being in an information-rich environment. Let me just pause and describe that to you. That is like when every single thing, like in Atlantis, when you walk around, everything is meaningful. There is no junk. There is no garbage. Everything is artful or intended for beauty and aesthetics. And also, everything contains information. And everything contains truthful information. So imagine like right now you're in a library where you have very few books on the shelf. Some of the books are like a Spider-Man comic book or a Bed Bath & Beyond catalog, or even just like a coupon from Bed Bath & Beyond. It's a very low information environment. And when you're in this environment here, you're like, life is meaningless and my brain is unsatisfied by what I see around me. You don't really effort to perceive and make sense of what you perceive. But when you're in a library and everything around you has meaning, you're like, oh, everything around me is a book of knowledge, and I can literally put my tendril of attention on any part of this giant fractal world, and I will receive the information of the entirety. Like I could put my mind on a little tiny flower, or I could go to a giant library. Like everything contains the essential truth of everything, and the truth is inescapable. It's an amazing way to live. It is far preferable to what you presently experience, and it is a world of pure light where there is no distortion or false light. So you're like, wait, that sounds good, or like, exactly, you want that. So you don't want boring stasis. You want that. You want to be in an information-rich environment. Here's another key point: learning and growing as a person. You learn and grow when you are, let's say, alive or vivified. When you are not alive or vivified, you are like static or in a stasis field. You also want to be building your community of soul or loving facets of yourself. And all of the ideals and things which do not happen in the stasis field of Christian heaven, where no real growth happens. Sorry, I didn't say it right. All of the ideals. You would like to be in a world where you continue to grow and become more of yourself, and where you are also around other people who are learning and growing and becoming even more of themselves. Okay. Consider our time in Atlantis and our time in an ascended after existence as a return to innocence, or a time beyond male-female division and sexual reproduction. It's what the Bible would call the Garden of Eden, but that is mythological. So what I would encourage you to envision is a time before sexuality. To remember your own innocence, you might have to go back to childhood before you became sexualized in adolescence. And now I'm just going to rant and say, does anybody even have a childhood anymore? Because there was a time, and like this is, I'm not like from whatever so long ago, but there was a time when children could grow up and like watch kids' movies, not really have to care about how they were dressing. Like you could dress in a very non-fashionable utilitarian way because you weren't worried about your appearance or looking sexy or attractive to others. You didn't have to worry about your hair. I don't want to say makeup, like your hair, your appearance, your anything. All you had to do was be a kid. All you had to do was run around, like play in the mud, whatever, ride bicycles or play with toys or something like that. Didn't have to worry about how you were looking to other people or try to do any of that stuff that is for grown-ups. And in the world that I'm ranting because in the world that you're in right now, like if you go shopping to the children's section of, you know, a department store or whatever, like you will see like girls' clothes that's like crop tops and bikinis, like sexy clothes for kids. And you guys know that there's this whole problem with like toddlers and tiaras and prostitutes and all of these. I'm using like cultural shorthand that you guys are all recognizing, like young people don't get to have a childhood. They are sexualized from an early age, and that often has to do with adults projecting attractiveness onto kids. Usually it's girls, but sometimes it's boys. None of this is healthy. None of this is good. You should have an opportunity to grow up and not have to worry about your sexuality until you're actually sexually mature, and then you should worry about your sexuality. And then don't get me started on a different rant, which is the consideration of a child's sexual identity before they even become sexualized, which is like saying that you're a different gender than you actually are, because like this is all, again, not even allowing a person to fully form their ego, their identity, their description of self before they are being imposed upon or projected upon or shaped or molded in some way. Get all of that out of your mind and go to a time of innocence before sexuality became a defining feature of your body and of your social dynamics. So some of lesson 16 is about sexuality. And so what I'm trying to do is to get you not only to comprehend, like in previous semesters, I would talk about what does healthy sexuality look like in terms of the alignment of your chakras, and also what would behavioralism or mating, dating, and procreating look like. But now everything looks different now in this moment, okay? You can imagine a Garden of Eden, like of the pure human form, the primal human, like who you are beyond culture, integrated into nature and not socialized for shame or sexuality or, key point, predatory behavior, and in an abundant ecosystem. What I'm trying to say is that the real utopian paradise you long for is not a white cloudy void with large plates of spaghetti. It is a genuine alive world where there is cause and effect, but your body and the world around you is so healthy and perfect that it is a joy to be there. Get more intelligent from the experience. Okay? Let me go further. Sexuality and mortality are linked. They are both symptoms or outgrowths of the sun's first insane crime, which was to not incinerate the debris, the consciousness debris that was the garbage from Mars, and instead to forcibly insert it into the world and the mind of the people of Atlantis. That was when death was invented, or the capacity to experience the peripheral timelines and go to the membrane of death. That's when that was invented as a capacity. And that was the moment that our world shifted into having 4 seasons and a cycle of life and male-female differentiation, physical procreation, and then later on, the war of the sexes. All right. Wait, so I want to talk about that, but also I want to go back to there was something important there. I'll keep reading. No, yeah, come back. Okay. As you're ascending, the whole planet is reconsidering the paradigm of the 4 seasons and the cycle of birth, death, life, and what is fertility, and who and what are males and females. And add to that some of my rants about star seeds and garbage from Mars or who should be here questions. So the questions or new patterns needed surround both interlinked topics of sex and death. Considerations of the garbage from Mars are, if you're from Mars, like, should you even be in this world? Should you be in this planet? Should you have a body here? Should you be making more of yourself in this world? And same thing with the sense of star seeds or, errant visitors from another place, unresolved stuff, because you should not bring your unresolved stuff from your other star system to this star system. That is, again, a failure of the sun and the incinerational aspects of the heliosphere to actually incinerate. Like, you got to burn off the rust. You can't send through that person with all of that corrosion on them. Okay. So reconsidering the 4 seasons. So in Atlantis, we actually do not have 4 seasons, and we don't have the sense of plants all have to proliferate and make their seeds to hold their life force for the time when everything will die, which is winter, and then to stay alive like the little seeds. That way they can come forward again in spring. So these different cycles that you have internalized as necessary parts of nature need to be reassessed. They are not necessary parts of nature when we are in a different level of reality. So as you are ascending, the whole planet is reconsidering the paradigm of the 4 seasons. Okay, so this is what I wanted to talk about, the interlinked topics of sex and death. So in other semesters, I've spoken about sex and sexuality differently. Right now, you're going through this aperture or planetary ascension moment. Everything is being redefined. Please know that this year is very different than any other year. And so I have always had an outsider's view of sexuality and know that, like, so my life is different than other people, but I recognize that there are people that were participating in traditional dynamics of dating, mating, and procreation. And I, up until this point, have been generally supportive of the concept of fertility, women being fertile and creating families, and also the supportive and respectful of the process of having a family. Like, I've considered that mostly to be a positive thing. Of course, you would want to choose good partners who have a similar life trajectory and also a similar level of validation of, like, their soul presence and being here. And you would want to do things in a life affirmative way, not in a way that is sexually exploitive or exploitive of your creative energy or any of those other things. And right now, you're in a moment of completely redefining what it is to be human, and whether or not you want to make more humans from the previous paradigm is a real question. So what I'm encouraging everyone now is, if you are single and you are not partnered, like you don't have a boyfriend, girlfriend, or committed relationship, I think what is best right now is for you to stay single and not to be sexually active, because I think that everyone is going to have to reassess everything about, again, mating, dating, sexuality, and procreation. And I think that you will have better levels of clarity and not get into commitments that you might not want to stay with going forward. So if you're not committed and in a relationship right now, I would say don't get into one. Now is not the time to be dating, to tell you the truth. This is the worst time in human history to try to get married or something like that. But let's say, what about for those of you who are already in a relationship? If you're already married or in a committed relationship, what if you already have things like shared property, like you own a house or a business together? What if you already have created life together and then you have children? You have to honor those commitments. So as you're accelerating and facing the sun and reassessing everything about who you are as a personality and human history up until this point, you might be like, I have to reassess my whole entire marriage and also my motivation for having children and also who these children are and what is their future. What does all of this look like? That is honorable. But I'm telling you, it's not my intention with any of the messages that I'm bringing to you here to, I don't want to blow up your life. I am not like Jesus. I am not telling you, oh, like give up all of your material possessions and don't pay attention to your family and just go wandering around. I'm not telling you that. And I actually think that that is one of the things when I take away the love filter from Jesus, I think like that is behaviorally, it was not a good thing. That you can't do that to people. You can't say, like, I'm pretending I'm Jesus now. I'm a good guy. The only way to get to God is through me. Give up your family. But like my family, like if I just follow you around and have no possessions, like who's going to take care of my wife and children? Don't care. I'm Jesus now. Don't care about your wife and children. Just follow me. Just wander around with me. And I think like that's not healthy. That is not a healthy thing to do. This counts as a type of escapism. As the meditators, monks in Asia are doing escapism from the world, and even as drug abusers use drugs and substances as a type of escapism. This is the use of following what would we call it? Following a guru or a master as a type of escapism and denial. Let me open the door for Chica. A denial of your own responsibilities of being a person who has a family. Hold on one moment. Thank you for that brief break for Cheeky. And it is 1,000 degrees outside. But we were on the topic of spiritual escapism and the concept of blowing up your life or throwing responsibilities and cares away in the effort to seek spiritual freedom. And I am not an irresponsible person as I see or view the historical Jesus. I think that it is not responsible or good to tell people that the only way to get to heaven is for them to, again, give up their material resources, but also give up their material responsibilities. And that was a big part of the behavioral message that he brought in his example in the world. And then think about how that over the past 2,000 years, negative example or behavioral image or standards had a negative impact on a lot of people, that it told them that the path to spiritual freedom was to relinquish resources and to tune out from physical reality, where I'm trying to tell you, confront evil in the physical reality, work well with resources or utilize resources well, participate. I'm essentially telling you, how does life get better? Like you should engage with reality. You should participate, pardon me, with reality and not try to escape from it or discard reality. I have it written in my notes, I think, in a better way. So let me keep going. Okay. So talking now about soul freedom. What does it look like to wish the best for someone? Like if you, in the past, if you might have wished for them to be fruitful and multiply or whatever it was. Wishing the best for someone now looks like wishing them soul freedom. So let's talk about what happens if somebody dies in this moment now. Of course, it is not ideal. It is ideal if someone can avoid the membrane of death. But like, let's use as an example, I knew someone, they were like 95 years old and they had every disease in the book and they were just, wasting away in their bed. That person died. All right, so what should happen to them? If it's a human or an animal, like an innocent person who dies, they should have soul freedom. And that means to go where they truly should go. And for some degree, that means to go to a restful state of entropy. So in looking at the world, if you wish the best for someone, you might not wish for them to die and go to heaven. You might wish for them to go into entropy, a restful state where they are not tormented or tortured, and they also don't have to effort or try to move forward or anything like that, but just a restful state, all right? For some souls, it looks like circulating away from this paradigm and then picking up in the educational process in a different one. So this is also to say, again, we are in this particular level of reality. What looks best right now? If some people die, are they gonna get born again and be a human being on planet Earth or a dog on planet Earth? That is not always what is right for someone. that wishing them the best for their soul's journey might look like that they don't live in this layer of reality, but that they do continue as consciousness and inhabit a different paradigm, a different narrative layer of reality where they learn and grow and experience what they need in order to, move forward and become a good person. Like that is positive. And then for some people, it looks like going into pure abstraction, a formlessness, an inconceivable to the rational mind level of personal expansion. So that would be like not living as a person, not being an individual, not being a dog or a cat or this or that or anything, but just being like, your rational mind can't even conceive of it, like being totally free on a spiritual level. That can be right for some people. And so please know I'm bringing this to you so that you know that there are a lot of options available and not everybody has the same destiny. Some organisms might choose to reincarnate in this paradigm if they die in a new physical body, and especially if they could not transform their former body, but they still really wanted to be here as part of this world and part of this story or narrative. So if there is some extreme loyalty or a very positive emotional tie to a person or event here, or a good commitment. So now I'm going to tell you about my friend's dog. But when I tell you these things, I don't want you to calibrate to an expectation that these things will always happen. This is an extraordinary encore that you can't always expect, okay? But this is my friend who used to live a couple of blocks away, and she had a little dog named Willie, who was Cheeky's best friend, BFF, and Willie went to dog heaven or passed on or died a couple of years ago. And my friend, who's the owner, she was very sad, of course. And she took this amazing picture of her Christmas tree. And like, we could totally see, like, it showed up like as an artifact. Like Willie was there. Like you could see his face, not in the tree. It was actually kind of like in the carpet next to it. But she sent me that picture. And I was just thinking like this little guy, he's still, very much connected to her. And then she went on many different adventures and had all sorts of different life ups and downs. But then she just got another dog that looks exactly like him and totally, like, you can just tell. We didn't have to even say it. Like he's the sequel or the continuation of that original little guy. So like, first of all, this is not just the mania and grief as people often are like, oh, like I wish my old dog Willie could come back or whatever. Like this is the real deal. Okay. So just know, like, I validate that this genuinely happened, genuinely had the encore for her beloved departed dog. But you can't always expect an encore. Like when you have a musical performance, you're supposed to be like music, 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 and then the last song, and then you bow and you curtsy and you leave the stage. And only like this is the way it's supposed to be in music. If people clap really, really hard and they really, really cheer and they're really like, you have to come back and do another song, then you come back on stage and you do your encore. But you can't do this thing that it's become like an expectation where it's like, whatever, like some bad pop music or whatever, like the band is going to play all their hits and then they'll go off and then everyone will cheer and then they'll come back on for one more encore. Like it can't be an expectation. You can't do that. So with aspects of the soul's journey, you have to look at this as very sacred and very, special and not self-serving. It can only be done through like extreme love, and you can't expect that. So a lot of these things that I'm trying to really get into your mind are like the sacredness of life, the sacredness of the opportunities that you have when you're here, not to take things or people or pets for granted. A lot of the spiritual escapism that says, don't get your rewards here and now, get your rewards after life in the heavenly realm. I don't agree with those things because I think that is it does a disservice to the life that you have here in the expectation that you'll get a type of afterlife encore, but it's very out of gratitude, just like the monks who were out of gratitude and they just wanted to meditate their lives away and then live in some kind of a emptiness realm after they die. All of these ways are they are a lack of reverence for life. And when I get into part 2 of my notes, you're like, Aurora, we're not even in part 2 yet. We are not even in part 2 yet. girl. But when I get there, I'm going to be really critical of the Jesus figure. And part of what I'm critical of is both him in life and the way that he treated his followers, a lack of a reverence for life. And that means even no reverence for like flowers, nature, etc., and also not a reverence for your own life. So the things that I'm critical of him is telling you basically to throw your life away. Maybe you're going to throw it down the toilet by becoming a wandering mendicant and not taking care of your responsibilities. Or maybe you're going to throw your life away by, angering the power structure and becoming a martyr, and they're going to behead you or flay you alive or something like that. None of that is a reverence for life. Okay, so you can't expect those types of wonderful encores, but please know that they exist. Ascending looks like staying alive, transforming the physical body, metamorphosing, state change, changing on a genetic level, transforming the entire environment to be supportive of our own body change, and then keeping propelling through time in an improved state. So ascension is not just your own individual thing where you're like, see you suckers. You're like, I got my shit together. You're all a bunch of losers. I'm out of here. Like, I'm ascended. Dude. Ascension is you accelerate and you're transforming and you're becoming an abstraction and a light eater, but also you transform everything around you. Your cheeky's doing okay over there. All right. So now we're getting into part two, human sexuality, but then also I have lots of stuff with Christianity. Just hold on a second. Let me look at my two pages of sexuality class. Then we're on Christianity. Okay, you can do it. I believe in you. Keep going. Good. And also, you know what? Before I go on to new topics, let me make sure that I'm attentive to what's already been said here. So, Ian says the meaningfulness, the closest I've felt to that is being high on THC or mushrooms. Every detail is fascinating. Am I close? In nature, though not in a brick room. So I don't know. I can't tell or assess from your inner psychedelic or molecularly driven experiences. I cannot tell what you've experienced or whether it's valid or a fantasy or a construct. It's so difficult to tell. And I will also say that, so I don't really take psychedelics or anything like that, but I think that the psychedelic landscape has changed in the past 25 years since I've been here. Like, people have reported to me that the way they used to feel when they took these things, the places that they used to go to in their minds, either feel different or are not as accessible as they once were. So I don't know about the psychedelic landscape or whether your molecular experiences are even similar at all to what these levels of personal freedom are like. But I do know, when some people take a psychedelic, they see stuff that looks like a rainbow hummingbird. And I'm like, you ain't there yet. If you're seeing that, you ain't there yet, because I know that you should see stuff that looks like this. But also some people see random polygons and they aren't sophisticated enough to be able to make a distinction and to tell that they're being taken for a ride, that they're being given ersatz bacon flavor, not the real nourishment. And you can salivate when you smell fake bacon, but it's not the same as actually eating it and getting the real nourishment. So I think that, yellow caution flags on the psychedelic experience, because I think that a lot of it has been diluted and taken away from you in terms of a tool for freedom. So because I've read a lot. I read a lot of works from Terence McKenna and listened to a lot of his reportage. What he was doing in the 1960s and the 1970s, there were layers of clarity. Hold on one second. Thing here. So Terence McKenna and the reportage that he had from some of his experiences in the 1960s. I think that when people were having those types of experiences back then, the ceiling was higher, everything was different, and everything has changed a lot in the 5G and the AI and nanotech. Amy says, this life is not important. Only the afterlife matters. This was slammed into me by my mother's obsession with Christianity. So I understand what you're saying. And I'm very, very glad that you're self-aware and you're still alive. I'm very sad that you were religiously abused, first of all, because those things that we're talking about here, this is religious grooming, and it counts as a type of abuse. Just like when I talked about the evangelical guy's video, I would count what he experienced as a type of abuse. And I'm glad that he has enough self love to bring himself through a time of caustic corrosion as opposed to nourishment and being protected and being elevated. Like your upbringing and the people around you, they should make you feel loved and safe and help you to grow into the best version of who you can be. And what you experienced with family members obsessed with these levels of self-denial and unhealthy Christianity was non-nutritive to you. And that's like sad and not good. But I'm glad that you're still alive. And then I'm glad that you have come to this moment that you're in your maturity, where you can recognize the folly of the people around you, the flaws in the things that they projected upon you, reject those things, but then also find the love and the fulfillment. The just like as we're talking about the flaws in the sun and the solar personality, that is either withholding, like keeping goodness away from us or sending badness to us. But we shouldn't turn our back on light itself. We should be like, I want my money. I want my light. I want my love. I want my fulfillment. I want my guidance. I want my elevation of self. All of the things that the voice of Jesus is supposed to bring to people, we actually deserve to have those things. And you're having to give it to yourself because these many other people didn't give it to you. So reverence for life is something that was not behaviorally exemplified around you or taught to you as something important. But I am very glad that you have determined it's important to prioritize life and not to prioritize the afterlife and to deprioritize yourself. I already read it all out from my notes. Deprioritizing this life and your physical self here is a huge disservice. And it is a large reason why our world's garbage, because there's been a lot of tuning out away from confrontationalism, like follow a wandering mendicant instead of confront what is wrong in the city where you live. So, of course, I'm talking about ancient Jesus there. Let me scroll back and see what else this is asking over here. Same person was asking, how is Earth ascending with the sun fighting against it? The answer is very difficultly. Oh my God, like how do you get to Carnegie Hall, kid? And it ain't easy, kid. Yeah, no, we are trying everything we can in order to ascend and accelerate, and the sun is pulling a lot of dirty tricks fighting against us. Another question says, I would love to hear why you think males needed to degrade women in the first place. I don't think that males needed to degrade women in the first place, and I hope that I have never portrayed that as a foundation of my ideology at all. Like, here's what I actually know to be truthful. Okay, so in Atlantis, we do have a variety of different types of people or individual containers, but not males as you know them here, not males in the patriarchy, not males in the sense of degrading women. Like, I don't even know how to tell you about this. I'm actually somewhat at a loss for words to be able to describe this to you. Let me go forward with my notes, and I think that that will help you a lot. I don't know if there's been some misperception. I am coming from a world where women are never degraded, and I'm trying to implant into you the concept that women should never be degraded. I will never defend males' foundational right or existential necessity in degrading women. But if you go back to my teaching about what I was calling the Shekinah, or the transfer of power and creativity during the time of what you know as the historical Exodus, you will comprehend more about what I'm talking about. First, let me do human sexuality. 2 pages of human sexuality, then Christianity, and then she's doing fine. Good. Okay, so to begin with, the expansion for 2026, things that I've already taught to you. At this point, you should all be reassessing the foundational concept of males and females in terms of biological diversity and sexual reproduction as you know it or knew it in the world of mortality. You should be reassessing both your identity as a man, as a woman, as a parent, who you are in community, etc., and also your attractions and life patterns that you've been groomed for. I already told you all about the productive discussion we had about movies like Dirty Dancing, the influence on young and pre-sexual women to have the expectation that a sexual partner and the act of physical sexuality would bring them to the pleasure and manifestation feeling or a sense of fulfillment. So this is important for you to comprehend. Maybe for males, there's the focus on what is called sexual release or fulfillment and pleasure. But for females, the focus is on manifestation, the egg of reality that you give birth to with the, anatomical capacities of your ovulation. These are beyond miraculous. Hesitate to even talk about them, like here in a video or anything like that, because they're so sacred and so miraculous that like this really is the place to talk about them. But you guys need to know that the way that sexuality has been framed or contextualized to you is wildly inadequate. And that sexuality really is about making reality, not just about having a physical appetite fulfilled or personal gratification. Those are levels of selfishness and self-centeredness that are totally inappropriate when accessing or interacting with something so sacred and magical. All right. Women who are groomed in this way from movies like Dirty Dancing, they go seeking or chasing relationships that are inherently flawed and inherently designed to be draining and unfulfilling. That basically you're never going to get that feeling that is portrayed in movies or literature from a man, not in this world and not from the way that things are right now. Then when I say not from a man and not in this world, many people then do go to, oh, so then there will be a fulfillment of your needs or your loneliness or isolation through having sex with Jesus. And some women go into that ideation, and I don't encourage it, but you understand where this is going. Okay. So the conclusion is this is what I was trying to talk about before. Let me really, I have to help Cheeky. Hold on a second here. Hold on. We're not okay over here. Okay. This is what I was talking about before. The conclusion is that if you're single right now, as we're going through planetary ascension and these profound changes and redefinitions of the biological form and all of the arising social patterns and dynamics, I am recommending to people that they stay single. Okay, now is not a good time to date or to mate or procreate. And if you are already in a committed relationship, especially if you already have children and shared property or you're building a life together, please don't just blow up your whole life and give up on those responsibilities. Okay. So now let me read this. I recognize you might feel a huge amount of inner conflict and wondering, I'm speaking as you now, am I married to garbage from Mars? Are my children garbage from Mars? And or the consideration that some foundational relationships in your life may be with people that technically don't exist. This also relates to the previous generation. Is your dad or your granddad garbage from Mars? And if so, should you visit them in the old folks' home? These are deep questions about what kindness or compassion and acceptance and self-acceptance look like, and individual to each person, okay? There's less of a commitment or loyalty to the previous generation than to the next generation. So if you made children, you do have a commitment to caring for them and helping them to become self-sufficient and to make it into adulthood. That is important. Like you should give them a good start and make sure that they can go forward and become individuals. All of my original teachings about sexuality still apply, and more than ever, sex was never to be taken casually. And the activity is truly painting, like with your paintbrush, a creation of reality. You are painting with your biological and creative paintbrush. Realities and people emerge as a result of sexuality and human orgasm. You should never do casual sex. I've told you how horrified I was when I first saw that show called Sex and the City. Hold on a second. It is not advised as, okay, so why should you not do casual sex now, even more so than like 10 years ago? Because right now you're in the middle of a miracle and your paintbrush will surely make realities happen. So you have to be super selective about who and what realities you paint. There is no option to just quote unquote have an orgasm for your personal selfish fulfillment and not have an impact on the world. And treating that energy as some disposable thing to put in the bin makes you not a suitable candidate to even inhabit reality. Can't be here with that attitude. So we need to completely change, reassess, redefine, recontextualize, and re-add value or revalue the act of sexuality. And as I've already said, sexuality and death have they're coexisting, they overlap in the Venn diagram. Of course, you have to have sex to make new people because in death, you are losing people. When you're ascending and you're having this new definition of what is life, I can't even talk about this. So you are going to have to recontextualize mortality. You're leaving the realm of mortality. You are going to have to decide, let me say it in a better way. Many people enter into procreativity not because they genuinely wish to have more children, but because it is a prescribed pattern. Like you will be a child, then you will be an adolescent and become sexualized, then you'll become mature, you will find a mate, you will procreate and make the next generation. Like these are implanted social and biological patterns and imperatives that you've been following for a very long amount of time. But now you have to reassess that whole entire pattern and the question of whether you want to continue doing that going forward. And so we don't necessarily reverse in the transmission and kind of like back our way out of this and go all the way reverse to Atlantis. We did things very differently then. Yes, we brought forth life. We did not bring forth life through sexual procreation. How are we going to do things moving forward? This is still to be defined, but I don't think that you can consider sexual procreation and family structure the way it has been as something that is necessarily going to go forward. And each one of you is going to have to radically reassess like what your relationships are and who you are in relationship with and what their whether they have a shared reality with you or whether they do not have a shared reality with you. So there's not a one size fits all for all of these paradigms or contexts. But again, I'm just reemphasize, if your dad or granddad is garbage from Mars, you're less responsible to caring for them or visiting them in the old folks' home or sustaining them in their old age than you are if you have a partner or a child of the next generation that either is garbage from Mars or partially garbage from Mars. Like, I don't know if I like this conversation, having to consider whether my kid is garbage from Mars. I know this is uncomfortable, but let's say you have to consider the validity of your partner or offspring. You have commitments to those people in your life. But like, let me just be for real. I'm not speaking from my notes now. Like, I know that there are a lot of people who are just accelerating and starting to have their realization or their remembrance of self, that they are in Atlantis, they are here at the same time. And one of the biggest rational hurdles to jump over is the consideration of like there seem to be a lot of people here who don't have an analog in Atlantis. How can these people be here and what do you do with them? How do you interact with them or navigate them? They shouldn't be here. They are non-existent people. So it can be rationally distressing, and it can give you emotional distress if you're not prepared for the emotional destabilizations of looking around at your community and being like, that guy doesn't exist. That guy doesn't exist. What am I supposed to do? Like, that guy doesn't exist, but he's pumping my gas. Like, what am I supposed to do? So there's problems with your causality structure. And I recognize and acknowledge that. So I would just say, please try to navigate reality right now with as much personal integrity as you can, focusing your energy and your efforts on the Atlantean remnant, those of us who actually have souls, and cultivating relationships and being committed to those people that you know that actually exist, and not to have too much of a consideration of the people that don't exist. But this is a very, very challenging time, I will tell you that. Okay, let me go back and sit down here. Good. I got all the questions. Moving on. Christianity. And the Christianity, the sex, the death, and all of my critiques of Jesus, these all blend together. These are intertwined topics. So please know that I have a organization to the thoughts that I'm sharing with you. This is concepts about Christianity and not Christian apologetics. I don't know what the word is, but like reassessments of the original theology and teachings of the Christian church. You're like, this sounds boring. Like, no, this is going to be great. Just please listen. So the first thing is, this is about what a giant spiritual fraud the rabbi person man Jesus was. I'm really going to rant a lot here. The first generation of Christians thought they would be the last generation of Christians. All right. So this guy was a self-proclaimed prophet and was saying, basically, I have this written in my notes much better, capitalized upon the population of people around him that had already been groomed for a messianic tradition and an apocalyptic tradition. Messianic Judaism had to do with the expected arrival of a savior who would fulfill certain parameters and who would set into motion certain transformative and revolutionary activities, one of which was, when I say apocalyptic, this is the story or the consideration that God as an abstraction would suddenly become a participant and a driver in history, not merely an outside of history abstraction, would become a character, a participant, and would actually do stuff in the world. The historical Jesus came as a teacher and told people that was about to happen. And he also set himself up and self-elevated in order to say that he was the promised Messiah figure, and he intentionally fulfilled some of these parameters of the prophecy of what that figure would look like in order to tell people that basically God was about to directly intervene in human affairs and bring around a huge amount of justice and restructuring. And you know that that didn't happen because it's been 2,000 years and they're still all waiting around. But he told everyone, be passive, don't fight back, don't confront evil. I'm collecting my thoughts here, and I also hear Cheeky struggling in the background there. God is about to intervene. God is about to intervene against the Roman Empire. God is about to intervene against all injustices. God is about to intervene in all the bad things in your life. You don't have to effort. They're there, dear. You just hang tight. And also, this is all about to happen. And then even he did give preparation to say to his community, I'm going to die, but don't worry. I'm going to come back. And that coming back is also going to be a part of this powerful assertion of divine justice. And that didn't happen. This is the aspect of fraud. And why does it matter? Because the people that he initially defrauded thought that it would happen within their life, like within 10 or 20 years, and it didn't. And after that 10 or 20 years, and then they started to die, they were like, we're going to have to reassess this whole thing. The entire religion went through a giant reassessment. So let me read from my notes. Up until this point, I've been relatively generous in my estimations of the Christian church. Me, Aurora, as an outsider coming here. I told you, I was initially so excited. I'm like, oh, you guys like Christ? I like Christ too. I know, so silly. But I'm now very, very critical of the Christian church, all right? My estimations of the church, its origins, and its founder, who is known as Jesus Christ, and whom I sometimes have called Yeshua, or the historical Jesus, to make a distinction between the physical person who lived 2,000 years ago versus the myth, the legend, and the deified figure. One moment, please. I've spoken openly about the flaws of the Christian death cult and how that's harmed the entire planet. For example, taking over sacred sites, places that were originally, there might have been like a water feature, waterfall, underground spring, other places that were considered pagan areas of earth worship and earth celebration. The acupuncture points of Earth's surface with churches that celebrate the torturous death moment. So this is harmful to the entire planet as the paradigm changed from earth worship, fertility, and a celebration of life to taking over those literal body parts on earth and placing torture churches there where they would put a religious imagery of this man being tortured at the end of his life and how this was death cult stuff, death injections into the meridians of the planet. And my generosity has been in giving a benefit of the doubt that the original person who was crucified, that he was really different from the corrupt church that grew up in his absence after his death. So I was being generous by that. And that the flaws in the church were separate from who he really was. And he was a great guy. And this was my feeling up until very recently. So I was, just to reiterate, always saying the church and the flawed church, very, very different than the original man who was here. And they always spoke with reverence and celebration of the person who was here. I thought that he was a good guy, especially based upon putting my tendril of attention on him and sensing from directly what I felt about him. Okay, but I am now totally reassessing those estimations of who or what type of person the original Jesus man was, and I do not think that he was good. So not even merely a flawed person, like a flawed person trying to do their best in the world, but sometimes failing, like any of us, but instead a truly malevolent person who schemed and strategized to imprison all of humanity through negative time manipulation and distortion of the journey of souls. And it might be helpful to frame this as a rough sketch instead of a finished painting as I'm sharing these ideas with you so that you can receive this challenging information. All right. So let me go forward. Just going to forge ahead, dive on in. So let's do it as a what if scenario. What if Yeshua's personal magnetism and various charismas were all nothing more than low-level spiritual tricks that he learned from occult practitioners, like the monks in Asia? What if he did not actually radiate a beautiful force field of loving kindness, and he did not have a genuine love or respect for humanity, the people around him, but instead felt a pure disdain, a hatred, a disgust, and a rejection of the flawed humans around him? And I will just break it in order to say that is what I feel from him now. Like as I tune in on the vestigial traces or whatever is this astral afterlife figure, I do not get a sense of reverence for you or celebration for who you are as a person or respect for humanity at all. I get disgust, rejection, and deep disdain. All right. And I am proposing, I think that everything about the love that I felt coming from this figure in the past was fake and manufactured, like a type of love spell. What if he wore a type of glamour, like a force field or a shield around him? And that was artificial love, or like a love, like a friend. More properly, this would be called adoration. It is achievable through low-level dark magic. It's basically a love spell. So you guys know I don't agree to any of this type of dark magic. It's very unethical, it's very wrong and evil, but there are things that people do that are ways of being able to manipulate other people's feelings so that they find you attractive or even irresistible. I think that this is what historical Rabbi Jesus did. What if Jesus, Yeshua, planned this all out? All right. This goes beyond innocent person, being elevated by people around, the way it's always portrayed. They all thought that I was great and then they crucified me and made a religion after me. It's not my fault. What if it's very different? What if he calculated and scheduled the whole thing in order to portray himself as a Messiah to imprison you upon death? Let's go further. What if he planned it all out to get a love spell that he could wear so people would adore and worship him in life, and to fulfill certain aspects of Jewish prophecy. Like one big example is riding into Jerusalem on a donkey. Like Jesus knew all of these Jewish prophecies of who the Messiah would be or what would be necessary to fulfill those requirements. And he engineered a lot of them for himself. And it goes deeper. To exploit fully, I just told you about this, the already groomed Jewish population, to believe in him as an end times Messiah. They were already ready for this. They were ready for this figure to arrive and to believe or expect that the end times would arrive within their lifespan. To reiterate again, the first generation of Christians believed that they would be the final generation of Christians. They thought that this change would be so imminent. Then you can also comprehend why, if they thought the change would be so imminent, they would be ready to blow up their lives, walk away from their home, their family, their businesses, and simply be a wandering mendicant and look to the lilies of the field. It's very unhealthy grooming or unhealthy escapism that they were encouraged towards, okay? Whatever we know as tales from the New Testament of miracles that Jesus performed were carefully prepared parlor tricks, like from spiritual frauds, the meditators of the Far East, who know how to do some spiritual or psychic tricks. So you have to understand this. A lot of it is about manipulation of perception and the creation of illusions or hallucinations. Some were illusions or a type of hypnosis. Like you could imagine the fishes and the loaves or walking on water as supposedly supernatural phenomena that were actually illusions or false portrayals, not something that actually happened, but where he manipulated the perception and the mind of those around him to think that those things actually happened. There might have been some genuine healings, like, for example, using hands-on capabilities, like the equivalent of Reiki or, pure life force energy to be able to heal or assist someone. But there were most certainly many fabrications and conflations after his death to affirm his supposedly supernatural qualities. So this is a lot of image management after his death. So you have to understand this. There's not a unified narrative about who he was in life. And then a lot of things were manipulated after the fact for the convenience, for the convenience of many different people who were involved. But basically, like the stories of the resurrection, that he died, but that his body disappeared and he supposedly evanesced or turned into a different state of matter. Like those are all stories and fabrications that happened after his death. Many eyewitnesses saw him be physically killed and then knew that he was, interred in some way. But then there are many fabricated stories afterwards that said he didn't die conventional death. Something else really happened. And in effort to implant that expectation into you, this person who comes along 2,000 years later and believes that as a truthfulness. The words that just came into my mind, but not really from me, were a moralistic fairy tale. So I think that that's apt, but I'm always very reticent to choose these words if they're not really coming from me. Okay, and we want to talk also about like the grooming of thinking that you have a Jesus talking inside of you, the hijacking of your synaptic tendencies, and also this guy actually being debris on the membrane of death. Like he's actually trying to extend his consciousness and stand there talking to you. And some of it, I think, does still come through to us. And I think some of it comes through from the artifice of the computer and the nanotech and the synthetic telepathy. It's big stuff because we always used to say, that's just evil Satan. But maybe it is evil Jesus speaking to us through the artificially implanted nanotech. So sorry for that little break. Let me go back to what I'm reading here. Trying to say that just as the meditators in Asia learned how to harvest energy of worship or adoration in the meditation MLM, the multi-level marketing pyramid scheme of meditation, and to be false ascended masters, the historical Jesus could have done exactly the same technique and is on an even grander scale of energy harvesting basically the whole world. So let's frame it like this. What if Jesus, this guy from the Middle East, really did travel to Asia got exposed over there, not only to their different techniques and like ways of being able to do magic tricks, but also to the concept of spiritual pyramid scheme, spiritual MLM. And so this is like Amway. We already talked about that in class a couple of sessions ago. Asia, it's saturated. Everybody's already a distributor. Everybody's already buying Amway products. This virtual. But Jesus is like, you know what? No one in the Middle East is part of this yet. I'm going to set up a pyramid scheme over there. And he set up a very effective multi-level marketing scheme of his own flavor and decided to be able to get it from the whole entire planet. Pretty effective. All right. So this affects your life because that horrible dark magic spell that is associated with his death. Nobody gets to go home to God except by going through the dead Jesus portal. And of course, we do not consent. And we are in the process of dismantling this ideology. That's what a lot of my critique is about today. And if you have to die to go to heaven, and that heaven happens to be where you are imprisoned and enslaved as his personal private plaything. So this concept of personal private plaything goes beyond the sense of constructing a voice of goodness that tells you that you're a decent person and not a worthless sinner, but the sense of inhabitation. You guys do not know what is going on inside of people's minds, but please know that a lot of people have stepped aside their personality for some form of inhabitation by things that I would define and consider to be very anti-life, very anti-God, very anti-self, to make the person feel so bad and worthless and sinful that it's like, you're not even allowed to live your own life. Elbowing you aside, get out here. Wait, the time I finish, I can gesture. Elbowing you aside, get out of here, kid. I'm pooping myself inside of you now. I'm inside of you. I'm the savior, and I'm going to live your life, and I'm going to do things the proper way. Like, this is totally wrong. It's totally wrong in that it is totally against your personal freedom, and it is against your capacity to learn and to grow. And in your rational skepticism, you also now can comprehend that it is against all of the rational excuses that Jesus and the church has always given for why Satan runs rampant in the world. It's always because I'm Jesus, I'm busy respecting your free will that God gave to you, and I can't just jump inside of you and make you do a bunch of good deeds because that would be against your free will somehow. This is the rational framework for why evil exists in the world. And then contrast that with the sense that Jesus, the rabbi, thinks that he wants to speak in your mind and tell you what to do, and also at times inhabit you. And then upon death, you're going to live inside of his personal pocket world or personal fantasy land, and where you will be his personal plaything. This is a huge recognition or distinction to make. Not you live in his house and you are free. No, you live in his house as his plaything, where he gets to inhabit you or do what he wants with you or tell you to do this or tell you to do that. A complete erasure of your own self, and where he is the boss telling you at every minute what you are and aren't allowed to do. That is all very unhealthy religious or spiritual totalitarianism. And also you can tell that it goes against the justification of the church itself as to why Jesus is not more intervening. Like, why doesn't Jesus stop that rape over there? You should get inside of that rapist and be like, oh, I better stop raping people right now. Like, why doesn't he do that? But why is Jesus somehow going to get inside of you and control and direct your behavior? Like, none of this works. None of this works. This is a non-starter on many levels. So I'm speaking to you personally now as I write this, as I say this. The other things were more like as a teacher and as an abstraction. But now I speak to you personally, all right? As I'm on a journey in this world and have grown and evolved through my own experiences here. So initially, when I came into this world, I did think that I was in a world of pure divine intelligence. Like, I didn't know that I was in a low information world. I thought I was in a divinely intelligent world. I thought that it was 100% run by a positive Christ figure, and that this is like when I was first born, or when I first came here as Aurora, like when I first came here 25 years ago. So you could consider this the equivalent to being here as an infant, even in chronological adulthood. And what I was doing in that entry into this world, which is very flawed and garbage world, but I was projecting my own innocence and my own purity upon a world that I would soon learn very cringefully was a flawed world, not a perfect world. So you can relate to this because when you came here as a little baby, you probably did the same thing, innocent and pure, and projecting that upon the expectation of reality around you, and then finding out through your own life experiences that no, the world is extremely flawed and is not run by a sane, rational, righteous and good God, but instead there's something very fucked up that is happening there and things are not okay. All right. I did not come here with religious indoctrination. I learned about the Torah and the New Testament, and as I encountered your culture. I actually remember doing that. I totally did like a little deep dive on all these things in the first 18 months that I was here. And at first, I associated this divine marketing campaign about a really good guy with the Christ Network I know and I'm part of and emanate from. Let me say that again because it went by fast. At first, I associated this divine marketing campaign about the really good guy, Jesus, who is so fabulous, with the Christ network that I actually come from. And the things that I know and that I'm a part of and that I emanate from. I thought that this fake flavor was the real food that I really come from. Okay. So eventually, through my direct experience, I learned to distinguish from the paragons of decency and honor that I know and remember as the Christ Consciousness Network from the character in human myth and religion that I call false astral Jesus. And I was articulate enough in my thoughts to include that in my original curriculum from 2012. So I was aware even back then. But I had been thinking that false astral Jesus was just a construct of evil. An unfair association or a mask upon someone who was really good. And when I would put my tendril of attention on the historical man, I would feel real love. And that was always my litmus test for if I want to be connected to someone telepathically. I thought genuinely that he was very loving up until this point now in 2026 of self-assessment. But of course, I've had, greater levels of clarity moving forward from that time of innocence up until now. And again, apologies. It's incredibly hot right here and almost impossible to be in this room. What has changed for me within the past few weeks as I've been in direct confrontation with the sun and its long-term insanity, plus its techno-augmented, more recent insanity, and the concept of this very unfair, forced contract with the crucified one, the person who's crucified, that we would have to die to exit this refinery of consciousness, which is totally against its original architecture. I have had to reassess the original person who was here and wipe away the love spell, and to just look at behavior, which is anything but loving. The emotional shield of the love spell made it difficult to assess the way this religious figure or life assessor was really treating me. And not only was this a very unloving and unsupportive and non-celebratory of Aurora relationship, so not loving me as Aurora, and also very much against the Flying Rainbow Lasagna, the concept of the Flying Rainbow Lasagna, the activity of the Flying Rainbow Lasagna, because it contravened some of the intended harvest. So again, as I came here as Flying Rainbow Lasagna, my identity as Aurora was attacked by this religious Christ figure, basically saying like, I'm not valid, or I'm not allowed to be here, or I'm not allowed to think that that is who I am, or self-describe that that is who I am. And also that lasagna is somehow a criminal activity or invalid in some way or an unhealthy fantasy. But it was mostly validated as like, you're not allowed to do that. sometimes the religious Christ figure would even say that lasagna was somehow demonic, or that I was somehow demonic for doing it because it breaks that contract of requiring your harvest. But it's not just the alter ego or the quote unquote evil twin who is to blame. Many times, Satan or some primordial evil would be used as the scapegoat or the visible reason of why do bad things keep happening? And this is, of course, in my experience here of the past 25 years, where I am doing the flying rainbow lasagna and intentionally generating and shaping and improving reality. And we really have to ask, with me being here and doing this powerful activity, why was there not an instantaneous improvement in reality, an instantaneous return to cosmic justice, or a much faster reshaping of reality? Some of it is that it takes time to incrementally shift, a giant edifice such as the entire planet. But some of the answer is because of a lot of these machinations that actually come from supposedly good Jesus, but using as the scapegoat the definition of Satan or some primordial evil. Why do bad things keep happening? Even though I keep on flying rainbow lasagnaing, I keep on trying to make things better. Why do bad things keep happening? Oh, because of the evil twin, because of bad old Satan, because of bad old that. Maybe not because of bad old mask. Maybe not because of bad old Halloween costume. Maybe because of the insane son or the flawed rabbi 2,000 years ago who has a lot of problems. And everything resolves when I look at the original person as being not merely flawed, but super evil. And that the real fake face is the good one. The fake face is the one that you've constructed of goodness of this person. And that I have been projecting my own goodness, my own innocence, and my own decency and care for humanity upon this person who is really none of those things. So the basic upshoot of this is that with flying rainbow lasagna, you don't have to suffer and you don't have to die. And Jesus is like, that's my whole religion. The whole religion is suffering and dying. Who the F are you to take away my whole religion from me? I'm speaking as flawed Jesus. And also, I don't like your face, kid. And also, I want to harvest all of these people to my infinite afterlife suffering and pretend that it's going to be something good, and you make it so that's not necessary. All of these fish are going to get out of my whatever net. Okay, so as I change and evolve through this new point of view, I am now also feeling a lot more confident in my people skills. This is good. This is me sharing with you personally. So before this, I had been running a narrative where I'm like this. I'm like, I'm so abstract. I'm so abstract and I'm so math oriented. I'm like, I don't really comprehend people. And this is very true. People are bizarre. They have bizarre emotional illogics. And so I think I'm just going to stay in my art studio. I'm going to paint, I'm going to make music. And that's what's important to me. And I gave recognition to Jesus as an avatar of goodness. And also, I thought that he was really like a people person, like good with people. I thought he was very good with social dynamics. I thought that he had a good understanding of humans and humanity and their motivations, and really knew how to be popular and loved or liked by them. And I thought that he even really cared about them, like even in a sense of inhabiting them after death. So the sense of like, he sacrificed himself for everyone else and is so great and loves you so much. And then as you are struggling through your life, that he is there either like that famous poster, like he's walking alongside of you, footprints in the sand, or maybe even carrying you at times, living inside of you. I genuinely thought that that was from a sense of goodness, that he really cared about you and wanted to be inside of you or alongside of you during your difficulties. Of course, to just go into rationalism for a moment, there's always the rational, positive aspect of your rational skepticism that should come forward and say, Jesus, if you were walking alongside of me through all of my difficulties, could you have stopped those difficulties and made them a little bit nicer for me? And the response to these levels of rational skepticism, which is valid for your intellect, is always like, it was Satan. I couldn't make things easier for you because Satan exists and Satan has free will and you have free will. So all I can do is like walk alongside of you or try to make things slightly better. Like this is all very facetious, very unsatisfying. It's a very weak sauce. You know what I mean? Now I can sense who he truly is beyond the love spell glamour. I think that he is truly hateful and disdainful of humanity, with no respect and really with no care. And this extends to an assessment of him having no reverence for life, no care for life at all. So that means like not for birds, not for nature, not for trees, not for the miracle of life around us. In this way, a similar feeling to the monks trying to meditate their way as an escape for a reality they disdain. So a big part of this is the appeal to apocalyptic Judaism and the writings of the New Testament that culminate in the book of Revelation, which is the story of the death of all nature. Like it's it's a paroxysm, like a cathartic explosion of killing everything so that then you can supposedly live in a beautiful, fantastic utopian paradise. That is out of gratitude. That is innately out of gratitude. And it's the same type of thing that Jesus will excoriate you for, your own non-gratitude. If you're like, well, you know, my apartment is great, but I really wish I could live in the Taj Mahal. He'd be like, oh, your apartment's not good enough. You want the Taj Mahal? Like, blah, blah, blah. You're out of gratitude. But essentially, he is saying, this world around you is just something stupid, and you shouldn't be a part of it or appreciate it or be respectful of it. You should be caring about or focused on receiving something like in your afterlife that's going to be so much better. So beautiful bird outside of your window in the morning, screw that beautiful bird. Like you want heaven, you don't want that beautiful bird. And I'm like, no, like this is a beautiful bird outside of my window. It's a fucking miracle. I should be attentive to the miracles around me and not be so out of gratitude in the moment that I think, screw that bird, I'm going to get something even better in an afterlife paradise. Okay. So when I tune in, when I wipe away the love spell and I tune in on like, who is this guy for real? I get no gratitude, no reverence for life, and extrapolate that to the tendency or desire to eradicate all life so that everyone can live in his dead's to fucking pocket world and be his plaything. It's all very wrong. So I now feel that I am really good with people. This is like a positive thing that's happened. And like, of course, like I felt like that my people skills and my social skills have been improving, and, you know, my communication skills are much better, like the past 10 or especially the past 5 years or so. But I also think now that I am very good with people. I think that part of the ploy was that this false, flawed Jesus always tried to gaslight me and make me think like, oh, he really knows what he's doing and he really knows how to comprehend humanity. And I'm just some weird otherworldly visitor and I like math and I don't know what I'm doing. But now I'm like, no, you know something? I think that he was evil and hateful and wanted to fuck you over. And I actually am good and caring and want to do what is best for you. I think that he was motivated by like trying to get stuff for himself, self-service, exploitation of your creative energy, and also your ability to manifest, make realities, and then wanted to eventually take away your freedom and put you in a little box where you can stay with him for forever. And I'm like, no, fuck that shit. Like, I want you guys to have your freedom. I want you to be built up to the point of your greatness, know that you're good, figure out how to fly rainbow lasagna, you know, yourself through time, and then I want you to have your freedom. So I now claim this. I think like I'm good with people. I'm good with people. I know how to. I have good people skills now. So that's been my personal journey and my arc of consciousness here. I mean, so I now feel that I'm good with people. Please know, I have made many hilarious mistakes in being here amidst humanity. But the key point is that all of my mistakes have been made out of a genuine sense of innocence and a non-comprehension of to the point like, so my mistakes were about not comprehending the dynamics of the world that were around me, to the point that people would not think that I was malevolent. They would just think that I was wired differently or very, very different in my mind. And this is truthful. Like I will totally admit to that. So I'm definitely not malevolent. And over the 25 years that I've been here, I've built a very good community around me. And you guys in this class are a part of that, with people that I know directly or in person. So people that I might talk with, meet with, or email, or, call on the phone, but then also a lot of people who are listeners, or like, I'm sending out videos, I'm sending out music, and those people hear and receive from me. They're listeners, but they don't necessarily call me on the phone or talk to me. But I'm authentic and genuinely caring about you. And I care about you, the innocents, the Atlantean remnant, like the people who have real souls and real potential for going forward. And I'm encouraging you towards your personal freedom. And I have zero intention of making you die and then imprisoning you some way in some astral fake heaven or pocket world, and zero intention of enslaving you or exploiting your energy. Like literally, those things are completely unappealing to me. And I think that you should have a great deal of skepticism for any form of supernatural creature or whatever who thinks that they have to get something from you. Like if you're so supernatural and so divinely oriented, you should be full of everything and gushing with it. You shouldn't have to get it from a bunch of humans, and you shouldn't have to get it through lies and inauthenticity, which is what I think this guy is doing with you. Okay. So in re-examining some of my own work, I need to revisit the concept of the past 2,000 years as the dream of reality from within the mind of the crucified Lord. So I had been generous in considering people like Torquemada, the infamous torturer of the Spanish Inquisition. I will not do my Monty Python joke, but presuming that this was not the representation of an aspect of good, nice Jesus. Like I always gave him the benefit of the doubt. I'm like, okay, like this guy, good guy, that's Jesus. This guy, good guy, that's Jesus. But then Torquemada, that's not Jesus, that's someone else. But now I have to be like, I think that's Jesus. I think that's a facet of his own unhealed personality. And here, I'm going to talk more about other history's monsters, but let's say, like, who was Torquemada? He was a very disgusting and evil, cruel, malevolent person who worked for the church, and he thought that he could torture people to be closer to God. He thought that he was part of the Inquisition, and he was like, hey, I don't think you're holy enough. I'm going to like break all your arms and legs and then kill you horribly. This will bring you closer to God. And this is the logical extrapolation of the concept of Jesus allowing himself to be crucified. Like if this is a guy who's like, I'm a religious teacher, I'm trying to be closer to God, I'm going to let myself be tortured. There's one of the things I'm really critical of in Flawed Jesus, sadomasochism. Sadomasochism does not exist in the healed world. It does not exist in Atlantis. It does not exist on the actual Christ network. It is total pathology, and it's something that you've been indoctrinated into and is part of the religious abuse. You should not present yourself for torture. Torture should not be an aspect of self-elevation, and you should not require others to be tortured in some way in order to be supposedly closer to God. What if Torquemada and all of history's monsters and serial killers actually were characteristics of his own psychopathology coming forward, not random, not grandfathered in or emanating from other stuff? It wasn't like that when I got here, but directly related to his own shortcomings and mania and unhealed aspects. And then what if hold on a second, let me move this so I can actually read. What if upon your death by torture from Torquemada, this is big stuff, let's say you go to the heavenly afterlife of Jesus after you've just been tortured to death by Torquemada. This is like the Super Bowl commercial. You've just been tortured to death by Torquemada. Where are you going? Disney World? No, heaven. That when you go to this Christian heaven, you would encounter the crucified one, and that he would then take off his Torquemada mask and be like, hi, it was me. I'm Jesus. I'm good guy Jesus. I've been the guy torturing you all along. Now come over here, hug it in, you crazy kid. Give him a noogie. I don't know if you guys know what noogies are. How to like push someone on their head. He's a bully, noogieing you. That this is part of the setup, the long con, or the long levels of cultivated fraud and emotional fraud that this person is doing with you. That it is part of his insane psychology to want to be the good face of the sun, wearing a mask of Torquemada, torturing you to fucking death. And then when you get to the afterlife, remove the mask and be like, hi, it was me all along. I'm the guy that tortured you. And then having to forgive. That is some distressing and distorted psychopathological bullshit. And it is torture for the person who is initially tortured, but then it is psychological torture again for you to be told that that was your savior that you're being tortured by, and then you have to forgive your savior. And this extrapolates or extends to anything, like if you were tortured by Torquemada, or what if you were like raped by an evil rapist. This this extends to all the evil rapists of the past 2,000 years who were actually the crucified one, exploring his own dark tendencies towards sexual violation. And let me get into this. A similar concept, like some of these horrible Oprah book club, absolute pop psychology tripe, crapola that I hate so much, books like The Shack or The People That You Meet in Heaven. Both of those are very, very negative forms of grooming the emotional expectation for a victim to have to forgive their perpetrator. And I don't agree to any of that. I think that it's total fucking bullshit. So you have problems with rational skepticism in the sense of what are the parameters to get into Christian heaven? It's not just being a good person, like follow these commandments and then you'll get into heaven. You have to have a personal relationship with Jesus. So it's a friendship system, and you can be a personal friend of him and he will let you in through the VIP lounge, like open up the velvet rope and let you into the VIP lounge. If you kiss his ass, you could be a Nazi who killed a bunch of innocent people and you can get into heaven. There was a whole video about that. The guy who was a Nazi guard in one of these concentration camps, and then he came to Jesus after he killed all those people, and he's getting into Christian heaven because he repented. And then meanwhile, the people that he killed that aren't forming a personal relationship with Jesus, they're all going to go to hell and they're all going to burn. Like, to your rational, skeptical side, you should be calling bullshit on this. You're like, that doesn't seem right somehow. And then also, let's say, what if you get destroyed by the Nazis and then the Nazi repents? You're a good person. You're both going to end up in heaven together. What are you going to do? You're going to end up having lunch with your Nazi torturer one day. This is the grooming that the book, The Shack, The People That You Meet in Heaven, like, why does Oprah exist? She's such a flawed person. She's so profoundly inherently evil herself. But part of what she did was shape cultural narrative for many decades through her show and through her book club of what it is to be a good person and what self-construction is and what self-help or self-exploration is. And part of this was flawed forgiveness. I want to be like, well, flawed forgiveness, the sense of who has to forgive and under what circumstances. Forgiveness is a foundational tenet of the church, but it is applied, it is misapplied, it is not applied evenly to everyone. So who do you forgive and under what circumstances? You're going to forgive this Nazi guy because he killed a bunch of people, but then he repented, but then you're not going to forgive these other people and they're going to burn in hell for forever. Like, none of this makes sense. This is torture for your mind. Like, if you have any level of actual cognitive intellect, and I tell you like, well, 1 + 1 = 3, but also 1 + 1 = 7, but also 1 + 1 = 4. You're like, that tortures my mind because none of those answers are truthful. And that is what you're facing right now in terms of the math of behavioralism. The math at the level of the anthropomorphic Jesus Christ figure in your world is totally fucked and is not correct. Okay. So please throw away fully in the bin all of those concepts about forgiving your attacker, forgiving your predator, forgiving your abuser, and having lunch with the people who hurt you in heaven. That's not going to happen. It's not supposed to happen. The flawed doctrines of forgiveness in Christian heaven, where you would encounter the person who violated you, but dun, dun, rug pull, it turns out it was actually Jesus all along, and now you're just going to hug and kiss. This is very wrong. It's very, very wrong. It barely even needs to be articulated how profoundly twisted all of that is, how much that all counts as grooming and psychological torture, and is the antithesis of anything loving, caring, respectful, or educational on a soul level. It is betrayal and harm and cruelty and sadomasochism. and bad cycles of harm. So to reiterate, the Christian rationalist doctrine says, I'm giving you free will. God is giving you free will. We're giving this rapist free will. We're giving these evil Nazis free will. Everybody's got free will. And they're all doing bad stuff to you. And then, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop those things from happening. But then when you get to heaven, it turns out all of that free will that was being expressed was from the darkness and twistedness of Jesus, who wanted to act out his free will upon you as a willing participant. And then you could be in the narcissist perpetrator versus victim survivor two-step scenario for forever. Like, it puts you locked in that level of quantum entanglement where it's like, I hurt you, you hurt me, I forgive you. Now I hurt you again, I forgive. Now I hurt you again, I forgive you. Like, it's very boring, very repetitive, and it is it never resolves. It is a non-positive perpetual motion machine of drama, not what you actually want to have going on. Oh, let me help Cheeky over here again. She's struggling so much with the heat. Hold on a second, guys. Here. I'm struggling and my dog is struggling because it's so radioactive over here. All right. It is for these reasons and more. Oh, wait, I should say this. Wait, ahem. This is important stuff. It is for these reasons and more that I am announcing that Jesus did not pass the audition to be in Christ. That's it. He's out of the band. He never passed the audition to be in the band in the first place. In all seriousness, what I see from him during his life, by fraudulently proclaiming that the living presence of God would soon step in and become a force of justice in the world to fix things. But until then, just hang tight and wait for his return. And what happened after his death? So many lies to support the fraud that he did not actually die, or that he died supernaturally, or that something other than an ordinary death occurred, and that the intentions of his echo or astral presence, imprisonment and enslavement of you, to all of this, I would just define him, that makes him a fuck up, not a Christ. So we have been reverently calling him Jesus Christ for many thousands of years. I think you should call him Jesus fuck up, or the fuck up Jesus, not Jesus Christ. And once again, I come from the Christ Consciousness Network. It takes an enormous amount of personal integrity, strength, fortitude. The people that I know from that level of reality experience are the best of the best. You would never be fraudulent. You would never imprison or manipulate others, not even for their own good. A big part of this fraudulent spiritual, bad thing that I'm describing here is that at a certain point when you confront the fuck up Jesus, he will say, well, I am imprisoning you, but it's for your own good. And you have to reject that because he is essentially looking at you with so much personal disdain. He is saying, you are such a small, stupid fuck up that you're never going to make it on your own. So I have to lie to you and wear a fake Halloween mask to do blah, blah, blah. I'm really protecting you. Sit down and shut up. That is a wrong attitude. Do you understand that? You can't have a relationship with someone like that. Do you think you can build a partnership with someone like that? Do you think you could ever live in freedom? Do you think you could ever paint your own painting of your own life with someone like that? You can't. You can't. I want you to know, I've been here for 25 years. I've learned a lot about human relationships, like mating, dating. I've never done that myself. Like, I'm not married. I don't have partners. I don't have lovers or anything like that. But I do know about people's dynamics. I am good with people. And one of the things that is a hallmark for a love romantic relationship, it's never going to work out if one partner feels disdain for the other partner. You can tell it's going to end in divorce if it's like, don't respect that. I make that face. Ugh. You don't respect that person on a deep foundational level. Jesus, the rabbi, is showing deep disdain for each one of us in the fraudulency, manipulation, false illusions, and other inauthentic aspects of presentation, all for your own good, for your own good, for your own good, dear. Shut up. Just shut up and let me do what I want to do to you. All of this is an incredibly wrong and unhealthy dynamic. Okay. In all seriousness, what I see from him during his life, I already got that. I already said it. He is not worthy of being on the Christ consciousness network. And it's questionable whether any remnant of that network even exists, because I am still telling you what happened with the sun and the 5G in 2020, I think was not merely a blocking out of the Christ consciousness network. Like, oh, sorry, you don't get that on your phone service telepathically anymore. I think that it was an eradication of that system. I don't think that once we, pardon me, get past this malevolent face of the sun, that then you're going to kind of like burst forth and be like, oh, like, here's all of my friends in Christ and everything's great now. I actually think that this old rabbi is so fucking malevolent that he and the sun and the garbage from Mars criminally eradicated the entire Christ network as a part of this effort to imprison and hijack and steal all of you as souls. Because again, like, you are incredibly valuable. And if the Christ consciousness network weren't neutralized in some way, they would all bust in here and be like, what is this fucking bullshit? Like, you can't do that to these people. They're gonna imprison and inhabit and eradicate their personalities and do all this bad stuff. And then have lunch with your perpetrator in heaven. Like, no, Christ consciousness would he would bitch slap that figure and be like, no, you're not allowed to do that. Sorry, I got so silly. But no, there would be a huge sense of rejection and restabilization. So I think that you have to mentally prepare yourself for the concept that Christ consciousness, the network, is like, they're the cops, the mafioso in charge of your level of reality here, who would like to be at that level of the cops. He eradicated the cops, but he is not a cop himself, okay? He is not worthy of being on the Christ consciousness network. I would even describe what he's done here towards you, because you are developing consciousness, like you're still growing, as criminal in exploiting your innocence and leading you into death, not eternal life. That's some criminal bad bullshit. Like, I'm an exemplar of the Christ consciousness network. If we see someone doing that, we eradicate that fucker. Like, he is acting in a way that is criminal. You are still growing and figuring out what is truthful. He is lying to you and saying that you have to die in order to live eternally. This is like a total non-starter. And it's big stuff. Like, winner takes all. Like, you can't pretend. It's not just a game of pretend. It's life. It's life and death. It's your soul. And again, there's not a way to just be like, oh, like, I went down the wrong road. I'll just go in reverse, put on the soul transmission, just back my shit up out of here. You can't always do that. Sometimes the only way out is to continue to go through. And so if this guy lies to you and then you die and you end up in his death pocket world, there's not a lot of good options. That's why I'm like, good job at not dying. Don't die, okay? And as a reminder that I technically come from outside of Jesus's flawed mind, and I am not just a character from within his dream, although Debbie, the woman whose body and whose life I am in, she was a character in his dream, all right? So just a bit more, the myth making about Jesus after his death. It does include some hallucinations reported. So some people were like, oh, I saw a physical man walking around. But please know that some people hallucinated, not that they saw an external embodiment figure around them, but that they had someone teaching them in their mind. And there's actually many books that were written. Jesus' teachings after he already rose from the dead and came back and taught people again. But these are beyond the grief, beyond the hallucinations that people have in grief. Like, sometimes someone dies and then you're in the grocery store and you think that you see like, oh, like, it's Uncle Bob, like, he's not dead at all. But then he turns around, it's like, no, like, that's just a different guy. Like, you think that you're seeing that person because you want them to be alive and other things like that. Beyond those levels of hopeful hallucination that happened in grief, there was non-healthy hallucinations that happened as this guy was an evil magician that orchestrated his own death and connected himself to consciousness harvesting of his disciples. And then just as you can dangerously meditate your way into connection with false ascended masters of Asia, you can also dangerously meditate your way into connections with the false astral echo of the very fucked up Rabbi Jesus. And I think that that's what happened. He was in them. And then now you have the evangelical Christians who continually construct a voice that they think is him, when I think it is this, at best, astral residue who is actually incredibly harmful and not good. And this is the part that is relevant to your journey now. It is the basis for the unnatural telepathy within astral Jesus, as described in the evangelical video. How he did not, as a child, have a voice of Jesus inside of his mind, but that he was socially and religiously groomed and encouraged to develop that voice. I think some of that voice is the construction of and or disassociation from a good guy character within one's own being, your imaginary friend, your friend. And I think some of that voice is an unhealthy portal to the actual dead guy, who is not a good guy at all, and who knowingly grooms and misguides people with religious mania, and maybe even plays the character of the evil demonic voices too. Like, this is a pretty comprehensive con game where the dead, evil Jesus rabbi is not only part of the satanic construct that tells you you're bad, you're unworthy, you're a sinner, and activates all of those things that are the negative characteristics, and I've talked about them, things that are about self-destruction, eating disorder, what else? Collecting my thoughts. Substance abuse, drug abuse, and these are just a couple of the very evident ones. The negative soul characteristics that are sending themselves down the DNA timelines and living through human beings. Negative personality characteristics or manias, things like drinking alcohol. Like, this is a tendency that is passed down, and it is unresolved tendency from unhealthy creatures from the past. I think that Jesus did things like that too, that he has an unresolved tendency with his own inner baggage and negative personality characteristics. Some of them are about self-destruction. Some of them are about sadomasochism, the tendency to require suffering to become closer to God, or to torture or torment others. Just think about the things that have been done in our world that are the torture or torment of other personalities. And some of it is even like animal experimentation, what humans do to mice. A person who is a scientist in a lab coat who creates a group of mice and keeps them healthy just to then inject them with some kind of cancer or something like that, to do an experiment upon them. Like, this is some horrible psychological tormenting bullshit, because the mice grow up and they're like, my life is good, there's this weird guy. And then all of a sudden one day this weird guy torments you, gives cancer, and then does all sorts of other crazy shit to you, then kills you and dissects you. Like, that is a very bad way for an animal to die. No mouse should live that way. A mouse should run around outside, I want to say, eating some fucking seeds or whatever. Like, should not live in your scientific laboratory a relatively comfortable existence, and then you give them fucking cancer for some disgusting experimentational requirement. Like, those are outgrowths of the tendency to torture. None of that is scientific exploration. It is a justification for the un- and subconscious desire to torture and to power abuse other smaller creatures. And that's disgusting. And that's from the original rabbi guy. We can't be generous and say that that's just Satan or something like that, okay? So negative social impacts of Christianity on individuals' lives. I already went through this. I'm just going to reemphasize the direct example of poverty. The sense that this guy threw away his whole life. He didn't build a business. He was like, no, I'm going to leave society and wander around as, a mendicant, and you're all going to follow me. You're also going to leave your lives. It's a bad example. when I was writing this, I wanted to say it's kind of similar to the modern day band called the Grateful Dead. Their music is shit. First of all, you need to know their music is so bad. Then you also need to know that they, like many seemingly successful musical outfits, are actually CIA constructs that no one would ever actually make or listen to that music without some kind of an or externally imposed architecture from secret societies and intelligence agencies. But more critical to this discussion, the concept that it was a shiny trinket that many people used to fall out from their life paths and genuine responsibilities and to throw it all away and to follow something else. To follow the Grateful Dead was considered some level of personal freedom, but it really was people who had an enormous amount of potential in what they could contribute to humanity, and instead throwing it away, destroying their mind through drugs, but also through unfocusing their behavior. Like, this is exactly what following Jesus in this original way was. And then the estimation of what it is to be a good Christian that came up after that. So not everyone is required to live as a wandering mendicant, but there is a lot of judgment on the sense of being focused on material gain when you are supposed to be focused on self-sacrifice and not giving to yourself and being passive and allowing evil to run rampant, and then you'll get your reward in heaven. That attitude has made it truthful that good people in this world haven't been financially stable. Many good people in this world are like, my treasures are laid up in heaven. I have nothing in the bank. I hope someone will give me a GoFundMe campaign or something because I don't have anything. We could also bring up from the hilarious show, The Good Place, the character of Doug Forsett. Again, a person who is trying so hard to be virtuous, he's completely stepped aside in his own needs and requirements, has anemia because he only eats radishes or whatever. And then there's a mean kid in the neighborhood who pushes him around and he does whatever the mean kid tells him to do. Like, none of this is a righteous life. None of this is a framework for what it is to lead a righteous life. So I think that he misguided people through his example of what it is to lead a righteous life. And he could have said, like, hey, you do you. Like, I'm being a wandering mendicant, but you do you. But he did not say that. He said, look to the lilies of the field. Like, they're not working hard. Give up on all of your possessions. And anyway, God is about to intervene, like within the next 10 or 20 years. So don't plant seeds for the future. Be ready for this end of everything. And I think that that's unhealthy. Unhealthy is a kind way to be able to say that. Similar to the renunciate life in meditation societies, but flawed in that this is not sustainable if it applies to all aspirants. Where everybody becomes a monk, society would crumble. So you understand, in Asia, where the pyramid scheme started out, they're like, this group of people over here is going to become monks. But you guys over here, like, you're still going to grow rice and like cattle or pigs or something. Like, we're going to need food to eat. But the monks will eat the food that you make. Okay, farmers. But like, what the extension and expansion of this to its point of ridiculousness and unsustainability is the prescription that all good Christians should live in this monk-like way. You all should renunciate. You all should stop producing food or doing anything other than simply wander around and be ready to be inhabited or connect with the Lord. Hold on a moment, please. We're done with all my notes, but I want to get to all of the questions and comments. After that little break, let me read some of these questions over here. So this is a great comment. It says, Jesus is supposed to be the ultimate human. Now the jig is up. We must recognize ourselves as that. Absolutely. I hope that that is the upshoot of everything that I'm sharing with you here. You are more and more evolved and more valid and more good than this original person who was supposedly held up as a paragon of decency. Everything falls into place when I don't look at him as a paragon of decency, but I just look at him as a flawed person, and the past 2,000 years are the expansion of all of those flaws. And if you do that, then you're like, oh, like he was just like some fucking idiot. And then we're in his mind. And then we're looking at all this fucking idiocy of his own mind. If you can just do that, then you're like, oh, like this all makes sense. But also, you are not required to participate or go into the astral prison of the end result of a very, very flawed mind. Like it only works for him to say, I'm your savior, like come with me if you want to have an eternal afterlife, if he's a perfect person. So some of these things, your rational skepticism saves you because you're like, well, wait a minute, he wasn't a perfect person. And then also, wait a minute, he died, he didn't ascend. So both of these two things should tell you that you're dealing with someone who is not genuine, who is not authentic, who is not true, but who is misportraying things, but it's not an accidental misportrayal. Like when I really analyze this and put my tendril of attention on it, I'm like, oh, that is a machination, that is a setup, that is on purpose. So again, to really drill this into you, the story of Jesus is often misportrayed as, don't blame me, like I'm just so great that everybody around me just misinterpreted me as some kind of a messiah and built up a religion around me. I don't know why, it's not my fault. And I hope that that like breeziness and like silliness really comes through. But no, this guy engineered every aspect of his perception as the Messiah. He presented himself as the Messiah. He learned specific things to be the Messiah in Asia. He's like, oh, like if I learn how to do this, I can fool those guys by doing this. If I learn how to do this, if I master this, spiritual psychic trick, then I can fool all of those stupid people in Judea by doing this. Like, this is how a criminal thinks. A criminal is like, oh, like if I do this, then I can use it to lie and get stuff from people. This is the criminal mind at work. And it is inherently malevolent and can never be a pathway towards freedom or uplift. Okay, over here. This person says, feeling confused about these ideas, about how I thought Jesus embodied an avatar of Christ consciousness. Almost everyone I know that glorify Christ and see him as a savior. I thought he was a benevolent higher consciousness. Disappointing. It makes sense how an innocent one would project its pureness to others. Thank you. I recognize the framing and new perspective that I'm bringing to people is extremely challenging. I don't pretend that my work or these considerations or ideas are appropriate for everyone. I think that there are some people where it might be destabilizing. They might reject me. They might shoot the messenger or think that I am somehow trying to take them away from behavioral patterns or thought patterns that bring them towards goodness or righteousness. And I'm trying to do anything but that. I think that it is important to look at the ways in which you've been, I keep on saying conned, but you have been subjected to spiritual fraud. Please know that what I'm doing here in describing this fraud in detail is intended not to break your heart, but to give you the freedom to actually get out of a bad relationship, because I think that you're in the definition of an abusive relationship with this, not just astral religious figure, not just who he is after death, but who he was in life. I don't think was a good person. And so for me, the critical shift was, all of the religious art about Jesus, and there's stuff that's like his holy sacred heart. And it's like the heart, and then there's like flames and different types of things. I think that that is the example of the love spell. When I tuned in on that and that religious iconography, it was when something became clear inside of me, when I was like, I had the realization, I'm like, oh, like I think that guy was wearing a love spell. I don't think that he had a genuine love and care for humanity. And once I got past that feeling, because the glamour is so powerful, it is so convincing or like believable. It makes things much more believable. And when it's kind of like being on a drug, so everybody needs to watch out for manipulation that comes from being violated in that way. There's a reason why I tell people that you are not supposed to do a love spell. It is because it is against the personal freedom of whomever you are casting the spell upon. So whatever, let's you want Mr. or Mrs. X to love you, and they don't love you. You cast a spell on them. You are reducing their free will. Their free will is not genuinely saying like, oh, like I love you so much. Hearts come out of my eyes. I think you're great. You are essentially saying to Mr. or Mrs. X, you don't get to have your own free will. You don't get to have your own feelings about me. I'm going to force you to feel a certain way about me. And of course, it's for your own manipulation and your own gain. I think this is what the Rabbi Jesus did to us, to all of us, made us love him, but not have a real relationship. Because when you do something like that to someone else, it's a fraud at the foundation. And you can never recover from that fraud. I sometimes want to use silly examples, like if somebody wears like mascara or fake eyelashes, and then you see them without their makeup. But this is like very, very serious stuff. I don't even want to minimalize it by saying that it's the difference of like wearing some makeup or some augmentation. It's very malevolent. And it is, the word I'm looking for is calculated. He calculated the ways in which he could create illusions and take prisoners as a result. So here's a question. It says, thank you, Master Aurora, and to all the masters here remembering. Good job. Oh, and little cheeky 2 PS, thunder here, power may go out. Good. Thank you for your presence in the class. And I know that you always like to have an experience at the sunset. So I'm glad that you're able to do that. Thank you for your note. This person says, how would you explain all of believers' personal testimonies in their quote unquote walk with Jesus? So I don't know what the personal testimonies are. If people are saying like they've had a healing, or if people are saying that they have experienced some emotional benefit, or if they're saying that they have experienced some level of clarity, like, oh, I know what to do now because I am quote unquote walking with Jesus. I think that there are a lot of corrosive aspects of the ideation of the walk with Jesus because it tends to assign any level of virtue or anything that you've done correctly to Jesus or his influence or his inhabitation of you. Whereas anything that is sinful, wrong, or mistaken, you must take full responsibility of yourself. So all of the fuck ups are you. Anything that was done right was all glory goes to Jesus. And this is very out of balance. Like you have to sometimes be like, no, like I did the right thing and it was independent of Jesus lifting or carrying me or walking alongside of me. So there are unhealthy dynamics there that are involved with the erasure of self. When you do something virtuous, you should claim it for yourself, not pass the trophy to Jesus because you think that he was inside of you making you do those things. That's a really important thing. When you die or when you ascend, like essentially there's no more framework of the physicality and there's just you and your consciousness and your personal integrity. And if you're saying like, I have no personal integrity, all the good stuff came from Jesus, then it's like when your nuclear membrane dissolves and you're just a bunch of, stuff in the world, then you would be like saying like, I don't have the personal integrity to just exist as my own righteous creature or organism. I require the constant oversight or structuring or inhabitation by this guy who's supposedly good. It's basically saying about yourself to others, like I'm a dangerous or unworthy presence. Something has to always be babysitting me, nannying me, living inside of me in order to make me better than I actually am. And like, I don't agree with that as a basic premise, but because I don't think the guy is good. But if you think you're that bad, like you shouldn't be in the world. Like you got to be babysat that much just for you to do like 2 good things. Like you can't be in the world. In our world in Atlantis, you don't have to have some supernatural overseer who's inside of you, like do good, do good, do good. Like you naturally do good. The idea of having to have this guy, forcing you or coercing you in some way towards goodness is very unhealthy. And goodness should not be coerced. It should not be something that you are doing goodness out of fear. There's a lot of good work that is done in the assessment of the Christian concept of hell and punishment, as many people run to Jesus because they want to get away from hell. They're like, I don't know who you are, but you're the lifeboat and I don't want to burn in hell. So I'm going to choose you. That is coercion. That is grooming. You can't have a good relationship that is based on that. Can you imagine being like, hi, I'm going to be like a boyfriend or a girlfriend with you, but like, I don't really love you, but I just want you to, I don't want to burn in hell. Hold on a second. I got to take care of someone. Hold on a second. Yeah, it's definitely not a good start to a relationship to say like, hi, like I don't know who you are, what you're all about, but I just don't want to burn in hell. So can I please come on board of your magical whatever spaceship or your magical pocket world? Like none of that is a good foundational starting point. And then also so much of Jesus' love is conditional. Like it's like if you do this and if you do this and if you do this, then you are good. So that evangelical video, it was very impactful on me because the person was talking about their individual lived experience of being told from birth that they are not good enough, that they are an unworthy sinner, and internalizing that as their baseline emotional normal. And then it is so huge when something comes along internally and says, you are not a fucked up sinner. You're worthy and I love you. Like you shouldn't be that way. It's like being starving. It's like, oh, I have no food. I have no food. I'm so starving. I'm so starving. And someone gives you like one little tiny cookie. And you're like, I got a love cookie. I'm so lucky. Like you should have that every fucking day. You should never be given the corrosive lies that you are an unworthy sinner. All of that is foundationally wrong and has to be recalibrated in whatever next octave of reality you experience. So, in what I'm giving to you here, I'm encouraging you towards freedom. I don't want you to get stuck in Jesus's pocket world. I am like, I want it to be an empty room. I want to break apart the room. I want to make sure that you're not going to be stuck in some unhealthy dynamic with him where, like, you were told that you're an unworthy sinner from birth, had an artificial telepathic connection with him where he was like, there, like, you're not an unworthy sinner. I love you. And then upon your unnecessary death, you could then have eternal or very, very long extended, continually unhealthy relationship with him. Like, what does that relationship look like in the Christian heaven where you're like, I'm an unworthy sinner. I'm so bad. And all through life, he's like, you're not unworthy. You're good. And then you die and you go to Christian heaven. He's like, hooray, you're good. Like, what does that relationship look like? Like, does he walk around telling you like you're finally good enough. Like you're good. You're good enough. Or like, I'm trying to portray this in the right way. Like there are foundational problems, even though you enter into what is supposedly a utopian paradise. What does your relationship look like with that person that runs that supposed paradise? And I will tell you this. Although the marketing for what Christian heaven is that it's a place of peace and fulfillment and other things like that, you would not actually get that because from now you should know the personality profile of this fraudulent imposter is not going to follow through on the promises, although you will be encapsulated for your own safety. Of course, it's too dangerous for you to go out there in freedom, but then there would be some additional sadomasochistic abuses, like having to have lunch with your perpetrator or other stuff like that. There would be additional psychological diminishments or lack of freedom or lack of nourishment that would prevent you from being able to be your truest level of self. And it's very uncomfortable when like you live in that guy's house and he's like, I'm not going to feed you to your greatness. Like I'm going to give you limited books, limited education, limited information, limited nourishment and sustenance. And you're never going to be able to create, I want to say, mount a proper defense. Like you're not going to be able to confront him and be like, hey, like you're a liar and a fraud, or you said this or that, or you didn't give this or that to me. Like you never get that level of personal empowerment in confrontation because you become so much part of everything that is offered to you and sustained to you, like comes from that person. It becomes a very diminished, I don't want to say hopeless, but like you have very few options and very few exits from that level of experience. Okay. Yeah, totally, 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 totally. Okay, good. I think we got to some of these important things. Ah, okay. Just want to make sure I got to everything. All right. Sorry, I know I make crazy faces and I'm very, very hot. Um, Let me think about how to bring this to a good conclusion. Oh, I didn't have my things written down about the Asherah. So, historical stuff about the Ark of the Covenant, although very few sources talk about what I do, which is the consciousness civilizing force that is an abstraction that was originally housed in the giant pyramid, Great Pyramid at Egypt. That is what actually went into the Ark of the Covenant. The official story is that it is the tablets that Moses received along with a couple of other implements, and that this was like the magical wish granting apparatus that went to the Jewish people. This relates to what I was telling you about the Canaanite god that is called the Asherah, the female aspect. So Yahweh would be the male aspect, and although it's been sanitized from history, the female aspect was known as the Asherah. And at times the two were separated. Like, who is granting these wishes? It's Yahweh, it's the man. There were other times when the statue of the Asherah was put into the Yahweh, Holy of Holies, and they were both granting reality. So that's the best that I have in terms of historical research and truthfulness to add to or flesh out my pure insights about what's going on. A story of Jesus and his reality manipulation comes out of that culture. It comes out of the culture of the Jewish temple, where people were having their wishes granted by killing animals and running the energy of death through the astral architecture. Jesus utilized or utilizes similar patterns very intentionally, and utilized or utilizes his own death in order to harvest and redirect energies through the astral realm. Okay, so let's talk about upshoot of what things should be like. Just watching Cheeky over here. The upshoot of what should things be like as you're as you're confronting this insane son. So one of the first things is, of course, that you don't consent to the necessity of death. And that's a big one, because a huge aspect of the Christian religion is celebrating death, or the necessity of death, or death before resurrection, or death before ascension. So that's the first thing, rejecting death. And then I'm trying to collect my thoughts here because I'm so concerned about my dog. Rejecting certain levels of the partnership or relationship that you would have in order to supposedly be saved from turmoil or saved from a hellish existence. I have better ways of being able to say this. You're already there. You don't want what this guy is selling. You can say no, thank you. You can say you don't consent. And for each one of you, you can say you don't consent for yourself. And of course, I extend that non-consent to the entire planet, as flawed Rabbi Jesus is trying to create the entire planet as his own personal multi-level marketing, pyramid spirituality scheme. You can specifically say that you don't want to participate and you don't want to be buying and selling on that level. Check my dog over here. But you also can say that you don't want that pyramid scheme to be ongoing. Okay, so that's what I am saying here, that I clearly do not want to participate. I don't consent. I don't want that person to be talking to me in my mind, supposedly loving me, supposedly guiding me, but really interfering in my life, or inhabiting me during my life, and definitely not limiting me and where I can or should go upon my death. So I reject those things. I don't want to accept those things. And then also I reject them for all of you, because I'm like, you guys are being groomed. You're not even being given the genuine information of what's going on. Like I have to be here laboriously explaining to you what's really going on so that you're like, oh, I don't want that at all. So you have been propagandized in so many ways that now it's difficult for you to make a genuine choice. You deserve to make a genuine choice, an informed choice in freedom. And then also, here's what I'm warning you about. And I said that in the beginning of this presentation today. This guy is a malevolent fraud. And right now, we're in the level of saying, no, thank you. I don't think I'd like to be a part of your whatever you got going on. I think I want to do something else. I think that you have to expect that he might not want to let you go. I think you have to expect that someone who's criminal and evil or malevolent isn't going to just be like politely like, oh, my mistake. I thought you wanted to be in my after all pocket life. Oh, well, go on your own journey. I expect problems. And I'm sorry that I'm this way, but I have learned about people. And I think that it's fair to expect this. I think you have to expect that he might want to hold on to you, not let you go. He might want to delay letting you go, be like, I'll let you go in 5 or 10 or 5,000 years. Or might let you go but sabotage you, which you can understand, I think, from some of you who have been in relationships that ended where the person is like, fight with you, divorce, fight with you over the divorce for 5 years and rake you over the coals and pull out all your intestines and then finally be like, okay, fine, you're divorced, here, get out of here. And by that point, like he's sabotaged your money or she sabotaged your money and your emotions and your potentials for the future. Like, you don't need any of that shit. You need to be able to say, no, get out of the relationship. You're not who I thought you were. You're not who I wanted. This is all emotional fraud. I want back all of my energy and all of my belief and all of my goodness that I sent out towards you. And then I want to be free to go where I want to go. All right. That's it. That's actually very clear. And that's good what I can leave you on here. I would recommend that you not get too embroiled in Christian scholarship or rationality in analyzing all of this stuff, like, putting your tendril of attention on all of these things, because it could be a lifetime. It could be a whole career of Christian apologetics and figuring out what's real and what's not real and what you should or shouldn't believe in. And I think at this point, like, you don't have time for that. You just need to know, like, this restaurant is giving you bad food and you should definitely reject the food that's on your plate and know that other restaurants exist and you can and should have your right to choose other restaurants. So what I am sensing is, like, I'm informing all of you. I'm like, this restaurant is terrible. You don't want anything that's on the menu. And I'm getting out of this restaurant. And you're like, we're also getting out of this restaurant. We're all going to get out of the restaurant. And there's no actual patrons of the restaurant. But I think that the guy who runs the restaurant is going to be like, like, I need someone to be in here eating my stupid, gross food. What am I going to do? And I think that we have to be prepared for that. Because again, I don't think that the personality characteristics of this malevolency are going to just like easily let go or easily let go of the malinformed dream, badly informed dream or badly informed intention. I think we're going to have to destroy the restaurant. I think we're going to have to destroy the guy. All right. So now let's go back to some of the original things that I said, which were about the membrane of death. And this guy being the astral form, where do I have that written on my piece of paper over here? Yeah, he's a pootie. Jesus the pootie. Instead of saying, I don't want to be at your restaurant on the membrane of death, I don't want to be a part of your pocket world, I'm getting out of here, but you do you, girl. I think we are going to have to say that this dead guy who got crucified and is hanging around on the membrane of death, purporting to be a figure for like religious freedom, I think that he needs to go to entropy. I think that he's going to have to be informed that he did something very wrong. Like when you get to the membrane of death, and the first thing that you see is a giant sign that says, if you are reading this sign, like you have done something very wrong. You didn't do the right thing at all. I think that that guy needs to get that information and that he needs to get the full assessment of everything he's done wrong and then be eradicated, but not to reassemble himself into like the, some corrected version and try to come back again. I think that he needs to be eradicated. I think the entire membrane of death structure needs to be cleared out. I really think this is so big. As you're ascending, you're trying to get through this aperture and you're trying to, I just keep on seeing it as like a blockade that is here. It is an ideology. What is holding humanity back right now from true supernatural ascension, eternal life, and being able to like be fully healed. It's an ideology. And this guy participated in the flawed ideology and then added his additional layers of cake and icing to the ideology. And in order for you to genuinely be free, you have to dismantle the ideology. You have to take it out of yourself, disbelieve it, or, dismantle your belief structure. Don't add energy to it. And then also, this guy is like the fake ascended masters that fly around lawn mowing with their minds. It's got a lot of energy of adoration and belief that he's harvested. You need to reclaim that energy of belief, de-energize him, and send him into a restful state. Like that's the positive ending for this story, or the positive resolution of this narrative. Good. All right, good. So once again, I'm going to wrap things up for you. I want to say I deeply respect and appreciate everyone in this class because I know that I bring some very challenging perspectives and sometimes might make you question the foundation of what you think is truthful and what people have told you is correct or morally right. Thank you for giving me the time and the consideration to be able to do this. I do not require that you think and believe everything exactly as I do. I bring to you a new viewpoint, a new consideration, and hopefully fresh groceries from what you've already been indoctrinated into. And my intention is always for your personal freedom. I do not take prisoners. I do not want people to be thinking exactly like me or stuck in my pocket world. What I actually want is for each one of you to reach your levels of personal freedom. And, I speak again to you. You're the Atlantean remnant. You have souls. You have potential for the future. But if anybody is like a debris, a garbage from Mars, an echo of an insane world that shouldn't even be here, what I would wish for you is not that you're going to burn in endless torture like the Christian version of hell, but that you would go to an entropy and be resolved. So just as this incredibly flawed, rabbi monk from 2000 years ago, who's been really torturing all of us alongside of his self-torture, I would wish for him not to burn in hell for forever, but to go to fucking entropy and to stop making all of our lives so filled with suffering. And then on the other side of that dismantling ideology, then you're like, oh, look at that. Life is not defined by suffering. Life is not defined by death. Life is defined by something very, very different. That is something awesome to end on. Okay, good. Challenging day because we got a lot of inundation and radiation. We've really been fried throughout this whole entire thing. So let me go and take care of Cheeky as much as I possibly can. I'm sending you profound gratitude. Thank you for being in my class and for listening to the things that I share. And thank you for the positive feedback and validations that you give to me, and for your friendship and fellowship for me and Cheeky. We are definitely sometimes struggling under these situations. So please know, challenging times. And it's because I'm confronting bad power structures. Troublemaker supremo over here, but Cheeky doesn't deserve to take so much flack. So let me go and take care of her. Okay. Thank you very much. And also I want to encourage everyone to please remain genuinely hopeful or genuinely positive in a good way. I've had to reconsider so many things about my own artistic output. I wrote one particular album that's called Believers, and some of my titles are allusions or genuinely taken from the New Testament and the Bible. It was never about saying that I endorse that ideology structure. I wrote that music for those of you who are believers. In your innocence and your authenticity, you genuinely believe in something better, something righteous, eternal life. You believed in the mask of goodness that this false religious character put forward to you. And I believe in your genuine goodness that you contain inside. So please know, as I clarify this, I was never telling people to participate in, worshipfulness of the New Testament or anything like that, but keep believing. But don't believe in fake, gross bullshit, but keep believing. truly believe in your eternal existence, believe in your soul, believe in God, believe in righteousness and goodness. It's pretty disappointing when I bring to you this about like the best man in the world is actually a giant piece of shit. Please don't get destabilized and think that life isn't worth living because of that. Life is infinitely worth living. There's a reverence for life. I saw a bird out my window yesterday and it had red feathers and like a red chest. And I was like, that's a miracle. Happy I'm alive. I hope that you can find similarly moments of clarity and beauty that are amazing and acknowledge them and internalize them. And let's extend and expand that reverence and receptivity. And that's what life is really about. Okay. So don't let the part of you that believes, don't let it die. Just because this guy's a piece of shit, keep on believing, even if you believe in like a bird, a tree, that level of beauty. Okay, good. I think that's something good to end on. Thank you very much. I hope that everybody will eat, drink, take good care of yourself, because that's also important too. Thank you.